Hi everyone. So today is the day to review for the final exam. So today is the day to do exercise for your final exam. So remember, final exam worth 200 points. So make sure you study before you take the final exam. So this final exam exercise will be over all the 12 chapters that we have in our class. So from chapter 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and the last chapter, chapter 24. For the best result of this exercise, make sure you study all chapters from chapter 13 to chapter 24 before taking this exercise. Prepare some pieces of paper or pencils and pen to write your answer. There will be 2 or 3 seconds after each question to write your answer on paper before the answer key is given and explained. Make sure you know that you can always pause the video if you need more time, or you can forward the video, okay, if you already understand several chapters that you have. So you can go forward to the next chapter if you need more exercise on that specific chapter. After finish the exercise, check your answer, how many are correct and how many are incorrect. Make sure you repeat the process until you get 100% correct answer. And this 100% correct answer is coming from your knowledge, not from guessing. I really believe if you do this, if you follow this instruction, you will get a very good final exam, and you will get the final grades, the good or the best final grades. Again, good luck with your final exam. The hormone is, okay, choose your answer. Yeah, the correct answer should be the hormone, or a hormone is a molecule that has metabolic effects on another cell. So this another cell is called the target cell. Okay, so hormone is produced by endocrine gland. It has metabolic effect on target cell. Okay, number 2. A target cell is, okay, choose your answer, A, B, C, or D. Okay, it's very important that you have to understand or have to know that target cell is the one that have receptor for the specific hormone. Okay, only cell that have receptor for the hormone is called as the target cell. Number 3, the nervous system release blank at synapses, while the endocrine system release blank into the bloodstream. So choose your answer, A, B, C, or D. Okay, important information that the nervous system release neurotransmitter. Okay, so that's the name of chemical released by nervous system. And the endocrine system release chemical called hormones. So both of them are actually chemical, but they have different name based on who produce these chemicals. Number 4, the nervous system release neurotransmitter at blank, while the endocrine system release hormones into the blank. Choose your answer. Okay, answer will be nervous system release neurotransmitter into area is called the synapses. Okay, so synapses, while the endocrine system release hormones into the blood. So hormone will be carried by the blood, while the neurotransmitter will be delivered directly or released directly into the space between the neurons and the postsynaptic cell. Number 5, a hormone or secretion that affecting its own, okay, so its own cell is called blank, A, B, C, or D. Okay, so you can guess actually this one, its own mean auto, so auto means self. Okay, so hormone that actually affecting itself is called the autocrine. So this is the answer. 6, a hormone or secretion that affecting distant cells, which is far away, and usually the hormone has to be carried by the bloodstream, is called the A, B, C, or D. Okay. If it is far away target cell, then the hormone is known as endocrine. So endocrine is hormone that's delivered through the bloodstream, go to the target cell that is far away from the cell or gland that produces that hormone. Number 7, a hormone or secretion that affecting nearby cells is called A, B, C, or D. Okay, so the answer should be paracrine. Para means neighbor or nearby. So usually this hormone will not go to the bloodstream. It's just go to the next cell, next to this cell that produces that hormone. That's called the paracrine. Number 8, somatostatin is produced by delta cell in pancreas, okay, in pancreatic islet. This hormone is affecting the nearby cell, which is alpha and beta cell of the pancreas. Right? Based on the information, somatostatin is what type of hormone? A, B, C, or D? Yes, we just mentioned that if it is affecting a neighboring cell or nearby cell, the name is going to be paracrine. So somatostatin is an example of a paracrine. Number 9, insulin is produced by beta cell of pancreas. Okay, this hormone affecting cell in liver. Okay, so liver cell to create glycogen from glucose available in the blood. Based on the information, insulin is A, B, C, or D. Okay, we already mentioned this. We already explained this. The cell that produces is in pancreas, and the target cell is located in liver. So this is far away organ, and the hormone has to go to bloodstream. Therefore, this is called the endocrine. And the target cell is far from the gland. Number 10, how do the exocrine gland differ from endocrine gland? Okay, choose your answer. A, B, C, or D. Okay, so exocrine glands, okay, mean the gland that produce the hormone or secrete the substances through the duct to a free surface. Okay, so exo is exit. It means that the secretion is actually out, okay, from the body. Okay. And oxygen also have channel. So the product is actually will not go to the bloodstream. It will go directly outside into our body using the duct or channel. Number 11, sweat gland and tear glands. Okay, so tear gland is located in our eyes, are examples of blank glands. A, B, C, or D. Okay, we already mentioned, remember, sweat and tear are produced by the gland and then it go outside our body. So therefore it's going to be exit, right? It's exocrine. Number 12. Which of the following are examples of hormones function? A, B, C, or D? Okay, let's see the answer one by one. This one is the function of enzyme. So this is not hormone. This is the function of immune system, which is white blood cell. So this is not hormone. And this one is actually function of neurotransmitter. So this is not the function of hormone. So the correct answer will be this one. Okay, to stimulate growth, reproduction, and development. Number 13. Compared to the nervous system, the endocrine system, blank. A, B, C, or D. So compared to the nervous system, the endocrine system have longer effects. So hormone have a longer effect, neurotransmitter have a very fast effect. Number 14. What do all hormones have in common? A, B, C, or D? And the answer will be all of them is actually organic compounds. Okay, hormone, some of them is made of lipid, some of them made of proteins, amino acid, glycoproteins. All of them are organic compounds. Number 15. What are the true about steroid hormone? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so steroid is actually lipid, okay, like cholesterol, estrogen. So what lipids do or have in common? They are insoluble in water. Okay, so this is incorrect. This is incorrect because they are actually not soluble in water. And this should be the correct answer. They are soluble in lipid. Number 16. Non-steroid hormones include A, B, C, D, or E. Okay, let's see. Non-steroid is actually some of them made of peptide, some of them made of amino acid, some of them made of protein, some of them made of glycoprotein. So all the above answer is correct. 17. Which of the following are example of steroid hormone? Steroid hormone is lipid soluble hormones. Which are the examples? A, B, C, or D? Okay, just remember most of the sexual hormone or sex hormones are steroid or lipid soluble hormone. So just look for that sex hormone. Estrogen, testosterone, progesterone, androgens, they're all lipid-soluble hormone. Number 18, how does steroid hormone transport in the bloodstream? A, B, C, or D? Okay, lipid, remember steroid is lipid, so lipid is not soluble in water, and plasma, blood plasma is water. So when it is transported in the plasma, in the blood, this lipid require protein to transport them. So they need transport protein. Number 19, how does steroid hormone behavior on the target cell membrane? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so again, steroid is lipid. Okay, and the cell membrane is also lipid. So lipid and lipid, they work together, right? They know one another. Therefore, they actually diffuse easily through the cell membrane. 20. Where are steroid hormone receptors located in the target cell? A, B, C, or D? Okay, from the previous question, we know that lipid or steroid over here, steroid hormone, diffuse the cell membrane easily. It means that it is very logical that the receptor will be inside the cell. Okay, so the receptor inside the cell. And we choose which one? The receptor mostly inside the nucleus. Where are non-steroid hormone receptors located? Okay, so non-steroid, this is water-soluble hormone. They are unable to cross the cell membrane, and it is going to be logical that their receptor will be outside, which is on the cell membrane, okay, because they're unable to enter the cell. 22. How does non-steroid hormone affect changes in the target cell? Okay, so this is lipid-soluble hormone. Just remember, example is sex hormone. Okay, and their receptor is inside the cell, which is in the DNA in the nucleus. So what's gonna be? So they actually will causing the this is non-steroid. That's wrong over here. So non-steroid is water-soluble hormone, right? Like insulin, for example. Right? So their receptor is outside the cell, okay, on the cell membrane. Therefore, in order to have effect, they require to make a second messenger, which is the chemical that will act inside the cell based on this non-steroid hormone order. Right? So they will have second messenger. Now, this is the steroid hormone. Okay? So this is the one that is lipid. Okay, so lipid, example of steroid hormone is sex hormones like estrogen, testosterone. And the receptors are on the DNA. Okay? What does DNA do? This is about gene. And what the gene do? They stimulate the production of proteins. Okay? And when they produce this, then they will alter the gene. Okay? Just remember in the example that estrogen control the female sexual characteristic. If this estrogen enter into the male cell, then the male might alter their characteristic, become female characters. Okay, next one. How does non-steroid, so non-steroid is water-soluble hormone, like insulin, affect change in the target cell? Okay. So this is, again, they will make the second messenger, and the second messenger then will stimulate the protein kinase. This is how the non-steroid hormone affecting the cell, by activating the protein kinase by the second messenger. 25. Antidiuretic hormones, or ADH, or it has another name, it's called the vasopressin, and oxytocin, or OT, secreted by posterior pituitary gland, are synthesized in where? A, B, C, or D? Okay, the answer will be hypothalamus. Remember, this hypothalamus is part of the brain that produce 9 hormones. 2 of them, which is ADH and OT, will be released into the posterior pituitary gland. Okay, just remember the name, hypothalamus, not thalamus. Okay, so thalamus is another part of the brain. 26. an upregulated cell has an increase in A, B, C, or D. Okay, so upregulation means increase the number of receptor due to less hormone is produced. Okay, so that's upregulation mean. So increase the number of receptor. Now how about down-regulated cell? Has a decrease in A, B, C, or D. It is going to be the same. Okay? Decrease the number of receptor. So down-regulated means when the hormone is produced very few, then the cell try to make more receptor in order to be more sensitive to the hormone. And this process is called the down-regulation. Number 28, upregulation can cause what? A, B, C, or D. It's going to be the prolonged decrease concentration of hormone. Okay, because when the target cell making a lot of receptor, then the gland will try to produce less and less and less of the hormone. It is happening, for example, for the type 2 diabetes. Okay? When the liver cell actually become less sensitive to the hormone. About the down regulation can cause A, B, C, or D. It's going to be opposite of number 28. It's going to be prolonged increase because less receptor, it means that the hormone have to increase more and more and more hormone. It's going to have this effect. Number 30, what is the main control of hormone release or concentration? A, B, C, or D? Okay, just remember, the release of hormone mostly controlled by these two, okay? Positive feedback system and negative feedback system. This one account for more than 90% of the control. So this one is less than 10%. So from this, then the answer should be the negative feedback system. This is the way our body works actually, right? By negative feedback system. Now this is an example, number 31. Pressure receptor send the movement of baby against through the cervix labor during labor. Okay, so there is a movement. Okay? So this is during labor. They stimulate the hypothalamus to release hormone that cause uterine contraction. So increase, okay, uterine contraction. This cause more pressure, increase more. Okay, receptor stimulating, leading to larger release of hormone and stronger, more frequent contraction, increase again. Hormone release cease after pressure sensation cease. This is an example of what? A, B, C, or D. Okay, remember there are two types of system, control system, positive feedback and negative feedback. Positive feedback, when it is the stimulus increase, the response will increase. So the same way, okay? Or if the stimulus decrease, then the response will decrease. Okay, so one way. Negative feedback over here. Okay, when the stimulus increase, then the response will try to decrease it. So opposite way. Or if the stimulus decrease, then the response will try to increase it in order to be in balance, normal, in the middle. Okay. So that's the difference between positive and negative feedback system. So the positive over here is doesn't really try to make it normal. It's try to push away, okay, to deal with pressure and then let them finish by performing things. Like for example, this during labor, when there is a contraction in the uterine wall to push the baby out, then there will be more contraction, and then this will be done when the baby born. So from this, then we have to answer. Okay, the correct answer will be positive feedback system or loop. Okay, for these specific examples, is number 31. Okay, number 32. What are tropic hormone mean? A, B, C, or D? Okay, remember on the lecture when we talk about the hypothalamus, it's produced 9 hormones. 7 of them called the releasing hormone and inhibiting hormone. Okay, inhibiting hormone. So this releasing and inhibiting hormone is actually tropic hormone, the hormone that affecting other gland. Okay, whether to increase the release of hormone or inhibit the release of hormones from the other gland. So tropic means the one that stimulate other endocrine glands. Stimulate or inhibit. We can actually put this also. Stimulate or inhibit other gland to produce hormone. Okay, so this is gonna be the answer. So most of the hypothalamus hormones are tropic hormone. Some of the anterior pituitary hormones are tropic hormone. Now, examples. Okay, which of the following tropic hormones stimulate ovaries? So ovary is another gland over here that produce hormone, which is one of them is estrogen. Okay, so which one is actually, control the production of estrogen from the ovary? Which hormone? These hormones produced by the anterior pituitary gland. A, B, C, or D. Okay, so this one is sexual hormone. This is also sexual hormones, yeah, reproductive hormone that will affect the ovary. Okay, but the one that actually stimulate estrogen is the FSH. LH also affecting ovary, but different way. Okay, LH is the one that stimulate ovulation and production of progesterone, another ovary hormone. Okay. So for this specific question, the answer is SFH, follicle stimulating hormone. Number 34. What are the target cells, okay, for most hormone released from the hypothalamus? Okay, A, B, C, or D? Give your answer. Remember, this is hypothalamus, is connected directly into anterior pituitary gland. So this is hypothalamus. Okay, this is pituitary gland. Okay, and this is anterior part, anterior pituitary gland. This is posterior pituitary gland. Okay, so it has a direct connection over here. So all the hormone produced by the hypothalamus will go this into the pituitary gland. Okay, but which one has more? 7 of them go to here, anterior part. Only 2 go to the posterior part. So therefore, the correct answer will be anterior pituitary gland. Okay, so 7 hormones here, only 2 hormones released into pituitary gland. Okay, number 35. Which of the following anterior pituitary hormone require a releasing or tropic hormone from hypothalamus? Use your answer. A, B, C, or D. Okay, again, let's say this is hypothalamus. This is the anterior pituitary gland. Okay? So hypothalamus release hormone, some of them releasing hormone or inhibiting hormone into this anterior pituitary gland. Okay? And then anterior pituitary gland will produce 7 hormones. Okay, one of them is growth hormone. Okay, prolactin, also from here. Okay, ADH and OT is OT. ADH is in the posterior parts. Okay, so this is not the answer. So we can cross OT, we can cross the ADH. Okay, now the choice is growth hormone and prolactin. Which one? That require the hormone from hypothalamus in order to increase their production. The one that actually needed is growth hormone, because the hypothalamus will produce 2 hormones to stimulate and inhibit growth hormone. The first one is called the growth hormone releasing hormone that will increase growth hormone production. And the other one is growth hormone inhibiting hormone. You see that one? So this one inhibit, this one stimulate growth hormone. Okay. Okay, so this should be growth hormone. Okay, so I think this is the wrong key over here. So which of the following anterior pituitary hormone require a tropic hormone from hypothalamus? Yes, should be the growth hormone, because hypothalamus will release GHRH and GHIH in order to control the growth hormone production from anterior pituitary gland. Okay. Let's see the next one. Okay, I think I make a mistake over here. So prolactin is actually require the PIH, prolactin inhibiting hormone and prolactin factor, okay, stimulating factor or releasing factor, PRF. So prolactin is also require this tropic hormone. So actually both A and D are correct. So this is correct. And growth hormone also correct. Okay, so prolactin is correct. So this number 35 over here is not a good question. Okay, not a good question, because the answer actually 2. Okay, but from this, I hope you understand what is the mistake over here. The mistake is actually I put 2 answers, 2 of them actually correct. Both of them are correct. Prolactin require PRF and PIF produced by the hypothalamus. The growth hormone require GHRH and GHIH from hypothalamus. So both growth hormone and prolactin, they require this tropic hormone. Okay, so I'm sorry about this, but again, at least this will give you more explanation why it is wrong, why it is correct. Okay, so I hope it's give you more understanding for this problem. Okay, I was wrong for this question. Okay, number 36. Which of the following hormones production is inhibited by alcohol consumption? So if somebody take alcohol, it will reduce the production of this hormone, causing the individual to be dehydrated because they're gonna lose a lot of water, right, from urination, okay, frequent urination and frequent sweating. Okay, which one? A, B, C, or D? Choose your answer. Okay, now to answer this question, we have to know which hormone actually try to retain water into our body to control our water inside our body. Growth hormone is not, because this is for growing. Okay, this is for bone, muscle. Okay, increase bone and muscle. Oxytocin is not. This is used for delivering the baby and also for milk ejection. So this is not. ADH maybe. Okay. Look at D. This is also for milk production. This is not the answer. So the answer will be ADH. And you know, okay, if someone, like example, take a lot of alcohol drinking during certain night, okay, what happened? They mostly urinate more and sweating more. Okay, so this is actually one of side effects of alcohols into our endocrine system. Alcohol reduce the production of ADH. Because ADH less, then we have more urination and more sweating. So our body become dehydrated. Sometimes it is very dangerous. Okay. 37. Diabetes insipidus. This is not mellitus. It's caused by deficiency of A, B, C, or D. Choose your answer. Okay. Because I said this is not mellitus, then we have to cross this one. Because insulin is the one that causing the diabetes mellitus. This is insipidus. Okay. So the sign and symptom of diabetes mellitus and insipidus is kind of the same. So usually frequent urination, become dehydrated, thirsty, hungry, and this is due to the loss of water because of what? Deficiency of hormone that conserve water. Which one is that? We already mentioned on the previous question. The one that control water in our body is the ADH. So this should be the answer. Okay? It is not, because this is for milk and during the labor. This is for growing. Okay, so diabetes insipidus is deficiency of ADH. 38. Diabetes mellitus is caused by deficiency of. This should be easy because already explained on the previous question. Yes, it is caused by deficiency of insulin. 39. Cushing syndrome is caused by A, B, C, or D. Okay, for this type of question, you have to go back to the learn about the syndromes, about the disorders of endocrine system, deficiency of certain hormones, okay, whether hypersecretion or hyposecretion. So, Cushing syndrome is caused by the hypersecretion of what? Of cortisol. Okay, so too much cortisol production or secretion. Now, how about Addison disease? Again, this is a memorization, learning from memory. Addison is hypo, due to hypo or deficiency. of what is cortisol. Okay? This is opposite of Cushing syndrome. 41. Which of the following hormone stimulates uterine contraction during labor and milk ejection during lactation or breastfeeding? A, B, C, or D? Choose your answer. Okay, growth hormone should be not related to the milk or labor. AD8 is not related to that one. Insulin is not related to this. So oxytocin should be the correct answer. Higher metabolic rates, skinny body, and protruding eyes are the main symptom and sign of what? Again, this is memorization. You have to know the name of the disease and the type of endocrine disorder. A, B, C, or D. So this is hyper. Hyper. But hyper what? This is too much thyroid. Okay, so this is hyperthyroidism. The primary control or clue for the secretion of PTH, parathyroid hormone and calcitonin is what? A, B, C, or D? Okay, choose your answer. Okay, if you study the materials, then we know that PTH and calcitonin, they are related to control calcium in the blood. Okay, control calcium in the blood. Now, look for that one. It's going to be this, calcium concentration in the blood. If the calcium concentration is low, for example, then the PTH will be produced. So PTH will be produced to increase the calcium concentration. Therefore, it will be balanced. If calcium concentration in the blood is too high, increase, then the calcitonin will be released to reduce that calcium concentration in the blood. It's going to be balanced. 44. The primary control or clue for secretion of insulin and glucagon is A, B, C, or D. This one should be easy. Okay, this is a famous example of disease, insulin, which is control the glucose. Okay, so insulin and glucagon, both of them control the sugar in the blood. Okay, let's say if the sugar too high in the blood, then the insulin will be produced. Okay, and it will reduce the sugar in the blood into normal concentration. Okay, let's say if we eat a lot. If we fast, fasting, for example, what happens with the sugar in the blood? Decrease. So in this case, glucagon will be released from the pancreas to increase the sugar concentration. It's going to be balanced or normal. Okay, so both insulin and glucagon is released based on glucose concentration in the blood. Which of the following endocrine gland produce T3, T4, and calciton? A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay, look which gland produces it. That should be easy. The name is kind of telling you over here. It's helping you to choose the answer, which is this gonna be. Thyroid producing T3, T4, and also calciton. Which of the following endocrine gland produce growth hormone, follicle stimulating hormone, luteinizing hormone, adrenocorticotropic hormone, prolactin, and also the thyroid stimulating hormone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then one more actually, okay? Melanocyte stimulating hormone is also produced by this gland. Okay, 7 hormone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hormone produced by this gland. Which one is that? A, B, C, D, E, or F? Okay, remember master gland? Master gland is the one that produces so many hormones. And this is the master gland, the anterior pituitary gland. Which of the following endocrine gland produce insulin and glucagon? A, B, C, D, E, or F? Hey, you know, insulin produced by what? That's maybe easy. If we have learned a lot about insulin diabetes, which is related to the pancreas. So pancreas produce actually 4 hormones. 2 of them are insulin and glucagon. 48. Which of the following endocrine gland produce PTH? Okay. A, B, C, D, E, or F. This should be easy. The name of the hormone telling you the name of gland, which is the parathyroid gland. Which the following gland produce cortisol, aldosterone, androgen, including epinephrine and norepinephrine. So there are 5 hormones actually produced by this gland. Which one is that? A, B, C, D, E, or F? This gland located above the kidney. So it is not kidney, but above the kidney. It's going to be the adrenal gland. Which of the following endocrine gland produces EPO, erythropoietin? A, B, C, D, E, or F? Okay, adrenal gland is not, thyroid gland is not, anterior. We already have this example. It is not, parathyroid is not, pancreas not. So the correct answer will be the kidney produce this EPO. Which of the following endocrine glands produce hormones that are affecting heart rate, breathing rate, and blood pressure? A, B, C, or D? Okay, I can help you with this one. This hormone name is actually epinephrine and norepinephrine, including also cortisol released by this gland. Yes, it should be the adrenal gland. Which of the following hormone has prolonged effects on stress? Okay, it is also known as a stress hormone. Which one is stress hormone? A, B, C, or D? Yes, the stress hormone is cortisol. Which of the following stages is the last stage of general adaptation syndrome? Okay, study this material about general adaptation syndrome. Then there are 3 stages, right? So which one is the last one? Okay, so this is the first one, second one, the third one, and it is not part of the stage. So the answer will be exhaustion stage. Which of the following conditions could be caused by stress? What stress can do to our body? A, B, C, or D? Of course, stress will not make you have a better lifestyle, will not causing you to have stronger immune system, will not cause you to have higher resistance against infection. It actually will lower our immune system and causing us to be more resistant. Okay, lower resistant, more sensitive to the infection. Okay, so lower our resistance against the infection. Which type of diabetes is depending on insulin? So this is type of diabetes that need injection of insulin. Which one? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so remember insulin, it is related to mellitus. Okay, so this is diabetes mellitus. But which one require injection of insulin? This is the type 1 diabetes mellitus. Okay, this is depend on insulin administration. Question number 1. Typically, what percentage of sample of human blood is made up of plasma? Choose your answer. Okay, now remember, if you centrifuge the blood sample, it will give you 2 or 3 regions. Okay, the bottom region is actually the cell, okay, mostly red blood cell, and the top regions will be the plasma or the blood plasma, and normally there will be 55% plasma and 45% the foam elements or cell. Okay, so the answer will be D, which is for 55% of blood plasma. Number 2, typically what percentage of sample human blood is made of red blood cell? So it should be easy because you already have the answer from the previous question. It's going to be 45. Which of the following condition is caused by low red blood cells concentrations? Choose your answer. Okay, if someone have low red blood cell, it means that he has anemia. So anemia usually caused by the lower concentration of red blood cells and also the lower concentration of hemoglobin, which is carried in the red blood cell. Okay, which of the following condition is caused by low white blood cell concentration? Use your answer. Okay, remember, white blood cell is leukocyte. That's the scientific name. So look for the leuko over here. So you have leukopenia and leukocytosis. So penia means low. This one means high. Okay, so the answer will be leukopenia. Which of the following condition is caused by high white blood cells concentrations? Choose your answer. And you already know the answer because the previous question actually give you the clue. So this is going to be the answer. Leukocytosis or cytosis. Polycythemia is an elevated blank count, while leukocytosis in an elevated blank count. Choose your answer. Okay, so you already know leukocytosis is white blood cell. Okay, elevated white blood cell concentrations. Polycythemia, this is for red blood cell. So the answer will be A, red blood cell and white blood cell. Okay, next, which of the following condition is caused by deficiency of platelets? Choose your answer. Now, just make sure you know that the scientific name for platelet is thrombocyte. Okay, cyte means cell, thrombo means platelet. So this is platelet. So and deficiency or low concentration is pinia. So it's going to be this one over here, thrombocytopenia. Which of the following condition can cause excessive bleeding? Choose your answer. Okay, now if you study, you should be able to know this, because the one that help you to clot the blood, okay, to stop bleeding, is thrombocyte, the platelets. So lower thrombocyte concentration, which is thrombocytopenia, will cause excessive bleeding. Which of the following describe leukemia? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so the answer will be, this is related to leukocyte. So this is the cancer of white blood cell. So it's going to be, look for a white blood cell over here. So this is caused by too many immature white blood cell in circulation. Which of the following plasma proteins help coagulate blood and protects against loss of blood when bleeding? Choose your answer. Okay, again, remember in plasma protein there are three types, three main protein, which is albumin, globulin, and fibrinogen. The one that help us protect us against loss of blood or bleeding is the fibrinogen. So this fibrinogen will be converted into fibrins, and that will clot or seal the blood vessels. Which of the following form elements of blood protects against infectious disease? Choose your answer. Okay, remember there are three types of form elements. Okay, red blood cell, white blood cells, and platelets. The one that help us fight against infection is white blood cell, which is this one. Okay. Which of the following form elements of blood protects against loss of blood? Choose your answer. We already mentioned this on the previous questions. So platelet is the one that help us or protect us against loss of blood. Which of the following form elements of blood carry oxygens? Choose your answer. Okay, oxygens, 98% oxygen will be carried by hemoglobin. This hemoglobin is located in red blood cell. Okay, so the answer would be red blood cell. Which of the following is the most abundant type of white blood cell? A, B, C, D, or E? Okay, remember in the lecture, I told you how to memorize the sequence of white blood cell from the most abundant one to the least abundant one, which is never let monkey eat banana. Okay, so the most abundant one will start with N, which is neutrophils. Which of the following is the least abundant type of white blood cells? Choose your answer. Yes, if you follow never let monkey eat banana, then banana is the least abundant one, which is basophils. Which of the following white blood cell has a large kidney-shaped nucleus under the microscope? A, B, C, D, or E? Choose your answer. Okay, so if you look at the picture, okay, under the microscope, the one that have kidney shaped nucleus is the monocyte. Okay, so monocyte has a kidney-shaped nucleus. Which of the following white blood cell is elevated during bacterial infection? Choose your answer. Okay, remember, neutrophil fights against bacteria, eosinophil, this is against parasites, basophils usually for inflammations including allergy, lymphocyte, this is mostly against viruses, monocyte also against bacteria. The one that's really elevated during bacterial infections will be neutrophil, followed by the monocyte. Okay, the answer should be neutrophils. Which of the following white blood cell is elevated during parasitic infection, such as parasitic worms? A, B, C, D, or E? Yeah, already mentioned before, that's eosinophil, usually the one that used for fighting against parasites. Which of the following white blood cell has function to fight against bacteria and remove dead cells and debris? A, B, C, D, or E? Okay, remember neutrophils and monocyte fight against bacteria, but monocyte has other function, which is to remove dead cell and also debris. So this should be the answer. Which of the following white blood cell is A, granulocyte that fight against viruses? A, B, C, D, or E? Okay, if you see fields over here, it means it has granules. Okay, it has granules. This is granulocyte cell that have granules. The other two over here is the one that do not have granule. It's called the agranulocyte. Okay? So the one that fights against viruses is this lymphocyte. Which of the following form element is the most abundant? A, B, C, or D? Okay, remember form elements, there are 3 of them: red blood cell, platelets, and white blood cell. 99% our form element is red blood cell. Okay, the rest will be platelets and white blood cell. And white blood cell actually less than 1%, is very low in concentration. So the answer will be red blood cell. Which of the following form element is biconcave and lack of nucleus? Choose your answer. Okay, the one that do not have nucleus is red blood cell. So red blood cell, they sacrifice the nucleus in order to carry more oxygen. So the answer will be red blood cell. Hematocrit measures percent of blank in a blood sample. A, B, C, or D? This hematocrit measures the concentrations of red blood cell. Therefore, if you have low hematocrit value, usually is indication of anemia. Okay, so red blood cell. Which of the following form elements has capability to do diapedesis, movement through blood vessel wall? A, B, C, or D? Okay, you see blood vessel, it has red blood cell, then white blood cells, and platelet. Okay, white blood cell has the ability to move, okay, from the blood vessel to the injury area to kill or to remove bacteria. So the answer will be the white blood cell. Which of the following white blood cells are phagocytes? A, B, C, D, E, or F? Okay, so from 5 types of white blood cell, 2 of them are fighting against bacteria, and they're able to kill or eat bacteria. Okay, which is the neutrophils and macrophage. Okay, so the answer will be A and E. Monocyte neutrophils, they are phagocyte, okay, cell that eat other cell or eat bacteria. Which of the following white blood cell acts against foreign substances and tumor cell? A, B, C, D, or E? Okay, so tumor cells usually checked by T cell, which is part of the lymphocyte. Which of the following white blood cell has important roles in immunity? Okay, A, B, C, D, or E. So when we talk about, immune systems, the lymphatic system, this is lymphocyte. So lymphatic system is the one that give us the immunity and performed by lymphocyte, which is T cells and B cell. Which molecules in red blood cell carry oxygens? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so this is a proteins. This is globin. Okay, it is carried inside the blood, so hemoglobin blood. So hemoglobin is the molecules inside the red blood cell that carry oxygen. Which of the following hormones produced by kidney control red blood cell production in red bone marrow via negative feedbacks mechanisms? A, B, C, or D? Again, red blood cell. Okay, so red blood cells, you have to know the scientific name, which is erythrocyte. Okay, so erythrocyte is a scientific name for red blood cell. So the hormones that increase red blood cell production will be erythropoietin or EPO. It's produced by kidney. Hypoxia is a negative feedback mechanism which stimulates the release of A, B, C, or D. Okay, so hypo means lower, oxia means oxygen. So lower oxygen concentration, then it means that we need more red blood cell to carry oxygen. So the hormone that will be released will be EPO in order to increase red blood cell production. And this one will carry more oxygen, increase oxygen concentration. What is the final waste product of hemoglobin destructions in the liver? A, B, C, or D? Okay, remember hemoglobins, they only have 120 days, so their life about 120 days has to be broken down in the liver, and the final product is called the bilirubin. What is the correct order of breakdown production of hemoglobins? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so remember the final products will be bilirubin. So look at this one. It starts from hemoglobin. Okay, so from hemoglobins, it's become heme, and then biliverdin, and the last one will be bilirubin. bilirubin. So D is the answer. Which hemoglobin's part holds iron or ferrum? A, B, C, or D? Okay, the one that holds the iron is the heme groups. What is the normal pH range of blood? A, B, C, or D? A blood pH has to be controlled. It's very strict control. It's only between 7.3 to 7.5. So it has to be around that pH concentration. What is the normal value of hematocrits? A, B, C, or D? Okay, remember hematocrit measure the red blood cell, and again, if you centrifuge the blood, the red blood cells normally 45%, the plasma 55%. What is the normal value of hemoglobin for male? A, B, C, or D? So normally, for healthy male, the hemoglobin has to be between 13.5 to 17.5 gram per deciliter. Blood clotting requires many factors. Which of the following is not one of them? A, B, C, or D? Okay, now for blood clotting, we know we need fibrinogen. This is the one that will be converted into fibrins. We need calcium and vitamin K. Albumin is not, okay, it's not part of clotting factors. Albumin is actually the most abundant proteins in the plasma that carry other particles like maybe lipids. Which of the following substances produced by platelets during platelet plaque formations? A, B, C, or D? Yes, you have to understand the clotting process. The one that is needed is serotonin. Serotonins will be produced by platelets, and it will attract other platelets to come to the broken part of the blood vessel. Which of the following steps is critical to the formation of blood clots? A, B, C, or D? Okay, it will be conversions from prothrombin to thrombin. So without this thrombin, then fibrinogen will not be converted into fibrins. Which of the following substances is essential for the conversion of prothrombin to thrombin? A, B, C, or D? We need vitamin K to make these conversions available. So prothrombin to thrombins require vitamin K. What determines an individual's blood type? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so really easy. There are antigens. It's called antigens that carried by the red blood cell. And this is the one that will determine someone's blood type. So if someone carry antigen A, for example, then his blood will be A. If he carry antigen B, then his blood will be B. If he carry both A and also B, then his blood type will be AB. If his red blood cell does not carry antigen, then his blood type will be O. So this is A blood type, B blood type, AB blood type, it is O. Okay, so the antigens on the surface of red blood cell, this is the one that determines someone's blood type. Which of the following antigens are found on the red blood cell of a person with type A blood? Okay, we already mentioned if it is type A blood, then only antigen A presence on his red blood cell surface. Okay, how about AB? So which antigen will be present on the red blood cells of someone that have type AB blood? It's going to be both A and B antigens. Which of the following antigens are found in the red blood cell of a person with type O? But type O blood, he does not carry any antigens. Okay, so neither antigens A nor antigens B on his red blood cell. Which of the following antibodies are produced in the plasma of a person with type O blood? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so remember to know what blood type, it is based on the antigens on the red blood cell. If he carry A, then his blood type is A. Now, if he carry antigen A, okay, then he only produce antibody B. Okay, so antibody B. He cannot produce antibody A because A and A will fight. Okay, so A persons will produce B antibody. B, blood type B will only produce antibody A. Okay, if his blood type is AB, so he carry both A and B antigens, then he will not produce antibody. And if his blood type is O, it means that he does not have antigens on the surface of red blood cell, then he will produce both antibody A and antibody B. So both of them will be produced by someone that has blood type O. Okay, so blood type O will produce both antibody A and B. Which of the following antibodies are produced in the plasma of a person with type A blood? Remember, if he is type A, he only produces antibody B. Okay, it has to be opposite. Which of the following antibodies are produced in the plasma of a person with type AB? Okay, AB, he carry both antigen, then he will not produce antibodies. Okay, neither antibodies A nor antibodies B. Which of the following blood type is the most common in the US? A, B, AB, or O? Okay, so about 45% blood type in the United States is actually type O. So this is the most abundant type. What blood type blood or blood type in United States? How about the rarest or the least abundant type of blood type in the US? It is AB. So AB blood type is very rare. A person with type A blood can donate blood to a person with type blank blood. Okay, so remember donor and recipient. Okay, so the universal donor is O. So O can give blood to any blood type. Okay, and if it is A, okay, it only can give A or AB because AB is universal recipient. Okay, so if the blood type is A, the donor A, then they can only give A or an AB. Okay, so A and AB. A person with type AB blood type can donate blood to a person with blank blood type. Okay, remember AB is recipients. Okay, so donor AB, recipient will only AB because this is actually universal application. Then if he has AB blood type, he can only give to another AB. That's the only one. Okay, so AB only. A person with type O blood can donate blood to a person with type blank blood. Okay, remember again, donor O is universal. What does universal mean? He can give to anybody. Okay, so any blood type. So A, B, and O. So all blood types. A person with type AB blood can receive blood from a person with type blank blood. Okay, so AB is universal recipient. Okay, it means that he can receive blood from any blood type. So A, B, AB, or O can give blood to AB person. So all blood type can be donor for AB blood type. A person with type O blood can receive blood from a person with type blank blood. Okay, so O is donor. Okay, because he's a donor, then he only can receive from O. Okay, so he is not recipient. He only can receive blood from O. O can give to anybody, but he can only receive from O. A person with type O negative blood can receive blood from a person with type blank blood. Okay, so donor, recipient. Okay, so the universal donor is O negative. This is universal. And if he is O negative, then he only can receive from O negative. Because O is donor, not recipient. So he can only receive from one type of blood type. A person with AB plus blood can receive blood from a person with type blank blood. Okay, so again, AB plus is universal recipient. Remember, AB is universal recipient plus also universal recipient. So this is recipient. Okay, so which donor can give to AB plus? Because he's universal recipient, then he can get blood from any blood type. So A plus, A minus, B plus, B minus, AB plus AB minus O plus O minus. All of them can give blood to AB plus because AB plus is universal recipient. So all blood type. A person with type blank blood is known as real universal donor. Okay. So which one is going to be first? O is universal donor, and negative is also universal donor. Okay, so the real universal donor is mean that can give to any blood type is O negative. So if you are O negative, then you can give your blood to anybody. A person with type blank blood is known as real universal recipient. Okay, again, AB is universal recipient and plus also universal recipient. So combination between AB and plus become the real universal recipient, which is AB plus. The two organs of cardiovascular system are blank and blank. Okay, choose your answer. Okay, should be easy. Cardio mean heart, vascular mean blood vessel. So look for that one, the heart and blood vessels. The three types of blood vessels are blank, blank, and blank. Okay, choose your answer. There are three types, which is artery, okay, vein, and they combine to make capillary. Okay, so artery, veins, and capillary, these are the three types of blood vessel. How about aorta? Aorta is a type of artery. Pulmonary trunk is a type of artery. Okay? Coronary artery, of course, this is an artery. The type of blood vessel that carry blood toward the heart are called blank. A, B, C, or D. So this is heart. Okay. There is atrium and then ventricle. Okay. There is connection between atrium and ventricles. So blood vessel that carry blood away from heart is called artery. So arteries carry blood away from the heart. The blood vessel that return blood into the heart is called veins. Okay, and then connection between vein and arteries and vein is called capillary. Okay, so the question is the blood vessel that carry blood toward is going to the heart, which is going to be this one over here. It's called a vein. The type of blood vessel that carry blood away from the heart, then it's going to be the arteries. The pulmonary trunk divides into what two vessels? A, B, C, or D. Okay, so it is the heart, atrium, right atrium, left atrium. Okay, so this is right atrium. This is left, right ventricle. So right ventricles will pump the blood to this pulmonary trunk. And then pulmonary trunk will branch into two arteries. Remember, right ventricles will pump the blood to the lungs, right? So it's going to be left lungs and right lung. The one that goes to the right lung is called the right pulmonary artery. The other one's going to be left pulmonary artery. Okay, so left and right pulmonary arteries. The aorta divides into three main portions, which are A, blank, blank, and blank. A, B, C, or D. Okay, so aorta pump from the left ventricle. This is left ventricle, pump the blood to the aorta, and the aorta will make this structure, which is ascending, going up, and then the arc of the aorta, and the descending part. Okay, it's going to be ascending, the arc of aorta, and descending aorta. The aorta divides into three main portions, which are, I think you already answered this question. The blood vessels that supply the heart muscles are A, B, C, or D. Okay, so this is the heart from the left ventricles. Yeah, there will be aorta. And the first branch of aorta, on the ascending aorta, it will give blood to the heart muscle. And this vessel is called the coronary arteries, which is left and right. So coronary arteries are the blood vessels that carry blood to the heart muscles, the myocardium. The coronary arteries branch from blank aorta. Okay, just mentioned is branch from the ascending aorta. Okay, so the first part of the aorta over here is called the ascending aorta. It's branched into two arteries, coronary arteries. The arch of the aorta branches into what vessels? A, B, C, or D. Okay, so if it is the heart again, from the left ventricles, there will be aorta, start with the ascending aorta and arch aorta, and then descending aorta. Okay, remember ascending aorta branching into two coronary arteries. Okay, the arch of aorta will branch into three arteries. The right one is called the brachiocephalic artery. On the left, it has two branchings. It's left common carotid artery going to the left brain, and the left subclavian artery to our left arms. Okay, so left common carotid artery, left subclavian artery, and this is brachiocephalic artery. Okay, so brachiocephalic artery, left common carotid artery, left subclavian artery. So all of these arteries. Which of the vessel does not branch off the aorta? Brachiocephalic artery, coronary arteries, left subclavian artery, or pulmonary arteries? Choose your answer. Of course, pulmonary arteries, because pulmonary arteries branch from pulmonary trunk, not from aorta. At its inferior end, the aorta divides into what two vessels? A, B, C, or D. Okay, again, this is the heart. From the left ventricle, there will be aorta. Start with the ascending aorta, arch of the aorta, and then descending aorta. At the end, at the very bottom part of our body, it will branch into two common iliac artery. that go to our lower limbs, okay, to our legs, left and right. So left and right common iliac artery. When taking a pulse at the wrist, which artery is being palpated? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so it's going to be part of your wrist is on the radial area. It's called the radial artery that will be used for palpation. When taking a pulse rate at the neck, which artery is being palpated? A, B, C, or D? Okay, just remember from the arch of the aorta, the artery will going up to the brain, and the one that carry blood to the brain is called common carotid artery. Okay, it is located on our neck, so it's going to be common carotid artery. What is the effects of vasoconstriction? A, B, C, or D? Okay, constriction means when you constrict the blood vessel. So when your blood vessel constricted, then the blood pressure will be increased. What's the effect of nitric oxide or NO in the blood vessels? A, B, C, or D? So the nitric oxide is actually will make your blood vessel bigger or dilate. Okay, so it's called the vasodilations. Vaso means blood vessel, dilation means bigger. The cardiovascular system is vital to survival because A, B, C, or D. Okay, so what is the function of cardiovascular system? Is carry oxygen and other nutrients to our cell. So it's deliver oxygen and nutrient to our cell. It's very important, especially oxygen. Without oxygen, our cell will die. The two main circuits are the blank and blank. Okay, there are two main circuits. The one that delivers blood to the lung is called the pulmonary circuit. And the one that carry blood to the whole body is called systemic. So it's going to be systemic and pulmonary. The systemic circuits A, B, C, D, E, F, G, or H. So choose your answer. Okay, so remember the heart from the systemic circuit start from the left ventricle, right? The left ventricles pump the blood to the aorta. And this aorta will carry rich blood, the blood that has a lot of oxygen to our body. So carry oxygen-rich blood to our tissue. Okay, and then from there, okay, after deliver the blood to the tissue, which is in capillary, then the blood will be returned to the right atrium, and this blood is poor blood. Okay, it's carried by vein. So poor blood will be returned, rich blood will be delivered to the tissue. Okay. The pulmonary circuits, so choose your answer. And this is going to be opposite. It starts from the right ventricle. It pump the blood to the pulmonary trunk. So this blood is going to be poor blood. The one that do not have oxygen, it will be pumped into the lung. So in the lung, it will receive a lot of oxygen and return it to the left atrium. And this blood that returns to the left atrium will be rich blood. Okay, has a lot of oxygen in it. So it's carry the poor blood, oxygen poor blood to the lungs and return the rich blood to the heart. What's the special name of blood circulation into the heart muscle? It has special name. It's called coronary circulation. So the blood that circulates in our heart muscle is called the coronary circulation. Start from coronary arteries and then enter into the right atrium as coronary sinus. How does the hepatic portal system differ from other part of the circulations? Okay, so portal system, this is the system that carry blood from one capillaries to another capillaries before going back to the heart. So it's going to be this one, so flow from capillaries to another set of capillary, which is liver. The first set will be GI tract organs like stomach, intestines, pancreas. Okay, all of them will go to liver first, and then from the liver it will return to the heart, okay, through the inferior vena cava. The heart is enclosed by a sac called A, B, C, or T. Okay, remember, heart is cardio. Okay, so heart is cardio. So look for that. Usually it will tell you the name. So cardium over here. So the sac of the heart will be called the pericardium. The tough outermost layer of the sac that surround the heart is called A, B, C, or D. Okay, so the pericardium, the one that protect the heart, the layer that protect the heart, it has 3 layers. The outermost one is called the fibers. It's made of fiber connected tissue. There's going to be fibers, pericardium. The thin layer that line the chamber of the heart is called A, B, C, or D. Now we're talking about the heart layer. Okay, the outer layer is called the epicardium. Okay, and the middle layer will be the most, okay, the thickest layer. It's gonna be myocardium, which is the muscle of the heart, and the one that lining the chamber, okay, is called the endo. Endo means inside. Okay, in endocardium. Which of the following is the chamber of the heart? A, B, C, or D? Okay, there are 4 chambers of the heart. The top one is called atrium. The bottom one is called ventricle. There is connection between atrium and ventricle. So right atrium, left atrium, right ventricle, left ventricle. So there should be 4 chambers. So all of the above chambers. Which of the following chambers will contain oxygen's poor blood? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so from these 4 chambers, the top one is right and left atrium. The bottom one is right and left ventricles. Okay, so the right side is the one that has poor blood, because this is the one that will be delivered to lungs, and this is the one that coming from our body tissue. So the right side. So look for the right side, which is right atrium and right ventricles. Which of the following chamber will contain the oxygen-rich blood? Okay, so it's going to be opposite side. Okay, so the left side, okay, which is left atrium and left ventricle, will have the rich blood because it just received blood from the lung. Okay, so this is the one that have rich blood, left atrium and left ventricle. Which of the following is the valve of the heart? A, B, C, D, or E? Okay, remember there are 4 valves in the heart. Between the right atrium and right ventricle, there is valve called the tricuspid. Okay, so tricuspid. Right. And then between the left atrium and left ventricle, there is bicuspid valve. Okay, and then right ventricle, there will be to pump the blood to the pulmonary trunk, and there will be valve between right ventricle and pulmonary trunk. It's called a pulmonary valve. And from the left ventricle, it pumps the blood through the aorta, and there is a valve between left ventricle and aorta. Is called the aortic valve. Okay, so there are 4 valves: tricuspid, bicuspid, aortic, and pulmonary valves. Which of the following valve is located between the right atrium and right ventricle? Okay, right. Okay, so right. So it has R letter over here. So the easy to remember is gonna be over here. Right? So tricuspid valve is on the right side. Okay, so tricuspid on the right atrium and right ventricle. Which of the following valve is located between the left atrium and left ventricle? So it's gonna be the bicuspid. And another name for bicuspid valve is called the mitral valve. Which of the following valve is located between the left ventricle and aorta? It should be easy because it is going to aorta. Then the valve will be aortic valve. Which of the following valve is located between the right ventricle and pulmonary trunk? Okay, because going to the pulmonary trunk, then the valve is called pulmonary valve. During the ventricular contraction or systole, what is the status of atrioventricular valve? Okay, Okay, so this is what happens when we pump the blood from the left ventricles over here. Okay, systole, and also from the right ventricles going to the pulmonary trunk. Okay, so both of these valves will be open. So the pulmonary trunk and the aortic valve will be open. But the other two valves, which is tricuspid and bicuspid, will be closed. Okay, so the tricuspid and bicuspid valve will be closed. The tricuspid, bicuspid will be closed during systole. Which of the following veins enter the right atrium of the heart? Okay, the right atrium will receive 3 blood vessels. Okay, from the top, from our brains and arms, it's called the superior vena cava. And then from the bottom part of our body, there will be big vein, it's called the inferior vena cava. And from the heart muscle, there will be smaller vein, is called coronary sinus. Okay, there are 3 blood vessels enter into the right atrium, and all of them carry poor blood. Okay, because it has been used by our tissue. So superior, inferior, and coronary sinus. Which of the following veins enter the left atrium of the heart? Okay, if the heart, this is left atrium, it will receive blood from the lungs, right? The rich blood from the lung. And the blood vessel that coming from the lung is called the pulmonary veins. Pulmonary vein. There are 4 actually, 2 from the left side and 2 from the right side. This is right lung, this is left lung. Okay, right pulmonary vein and left pulmonary veins. Blood flowing from vena cava to the pulmonary trunk passes through what series of structure? Okay, so to know this, you have to know the structure of the heart. So it said it starts from vena cava. Okay, let's say this is the heart, and the one that go to vena cava will be right atrium. So that's going to be the first structure. Okay, so right atrium. So this is right atrium, right atrium. Okay, so this is the first choice over here. And then from the right atrium, it will go down to right ventricle. It will pass the valve, it's called the tricuspid. So look for that one. So tricuspid after that. And then from right ventricle, there will be pulmonary trunk. But before going to the pulmonary trunk, there will be valve. It's called the pulmonary valve. Okay, so tricuspid, go to the right ventricle, and then go to pulmonary valve, and finally we'll go to the pulmonary trunk. So that should be the answer. Okay, so passing right atrium, tricuspid valve, right ventricle, pulmonary valve, and then pulmonary trunk. What is the normal pacemaker of the heart? A, B, C, or D? Okay, the natural pacemaker of the heart is called the sinoatrial node, located on the right atrium. So the SA node. What is the correct sequence of components of the cardiac conduction system? Okay, so remember, it starts with the SA node because that's the pacemaker, the one that give the first contraction. So look for the SA node. Okay, from the SA node, it will go to the AV node. Okay, and then from AV node, atrioventricular node, will go to the atrioventricular bundle, and then finally go to the Purkinje fibers. So start with the SA node. What causes the P wave on an EKG, electrocardiograph? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so when you see the EKG graph, it's going to be look like this: flat, and then wave, a peak of P, and then QRS, and then T wave. Okay, so P, QRS, and T. Okay, so P is actually showing the contractions of atrium, depolarization of atrium. The QRS is showing the depolarization of ventricles. Okay, and the T is showing the repolarization of ventricle. So the P is depolarization of atrium. What causing the QRS complex on EKG? And already mentioned, this is going to be depolarization of ventricles. Okay, this is usually measure the systole over here. Okay, so systole is during depolarization of ventricle muscle. T, okay, so T is repolarization, which is relaxation. Okay, so relax, and this is the same as diastole. Okay, so this one is systole. The contraction of ventricles is a systole, and relaxation of ventricle is diastole. So that's the heart cycle, systole and diastole. Which EKG wave is correctly described? P is depolarization of atrium. Yeah, that's already correct over there. QRS, depolarization of ventricle, that's also correct. T is repolarization of ventricle, that's also correct. So the answer will be all the above are correct. What term refers to an abnormally slow heart rate? A, B, C, or D? So if heart rate higher than 100 beats per minute is called tachy. So tachy means fast. If it is lower than 60 beats per minute, it's called brady. Okay, so brady means slow. So it's called a bradycardia, slow heart rate. What term refer to an abnormally high heart rates? Okay, we already mentioned that. It's going to be tachycardia, higher than 100 beats per minute. What are pathogens? A, B, C, or D? So pathogen means organism that can cause disease. So this is disease causing agents. How do viruses differ from other pathogens? A, B, C, or D? Okay, remember virus is not a cell. So virus not cell. Okay, So it is multicellular, it's going to be not, because it is not a cell. It is not unicellular because it is not a cell. They are more likely to cause life-threatening infections. This could be, yeah. But the truth about viruses is they are not capable of reproducing outside the living cell. So they have to be inside the cell. Okay? They are called as obligate intracellular parasite. Okay, so parasite that has to be inside the cell in order to cause problem or in order to reproduce. How can the innate defense be characterized? A, B, C, and D. So the innate is mean non-specific. So you have two non-specific of here. And the process is mostly very fast. So whenever we have damage in our area or injury, then as soon as possible, our non-specific defense, the innate specific defense, will try to protect us. So the phagocytes, the neutrophils, monocytes will try to kill as many as pathogens on the injury area. Which type of defense mechanism is specific and acquired? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so remember for defense mechanism is divided into two types. Okay, innate, which is non-specific, and acquired, which is specific. Okay, so the innate is divided into two types, first line and second line of defense. And the acquired, the specific one, become the third line of defense. Okay, and it is done by lymphocyte. Okay, so the acquired specific will be the third line of defense. Penis gets a splinter in his finger. As the splinter penetrates his skin, potentially introducing microbes into his tissue. What is his body's first response? A, B, C, or D? Okay, of course, it's going to be the non-specific first, the innate. Defense will be activated. Skin structure, mucus, tears, wax, sweat, hairs are examples of A, B, C, or D. Okay, remember again, defense mechanisms divided into two, innate, which is non-specific, and acquired. This is specific. Okay, the innate divided into first line and second line. The specific one become the third lines. And the first line consists of three mechanisms. Okay, mechanicals, chemicals, and genetic barriers. Okay. Example of mechanical barriers are our skin structure, mucous membranes, production of tears, sweat, mucus, wax. So it's going to be the mechanical barriers. Acids in the stomach, lysozymes in tears, and oils in the skin are example of. Okay, remember the first line of defense over here. Okay, there are three components: mechanical, chemical, and genetic barrier. Okay, and mechanical, we already have, the skin, mucus, hairs. Chemical is production of chemical that remove or kill bacteria, like for example, acid in the stomach, lysozymes in our tears, oils on our skin. That's going to be chemical barriers. The redness and swelling that occurs when with inflammation is due to what changes in the infected or injured tissue. A, B, C, or D. Okay, so this is really logical. When we have injured in our area, then the blood will be flowing to that area to carry a lot of white blood cell and other things to protect us against infection. So the blood flow will be increased. Okay, so increase blood flow and permeability. Why is the short-term low-grade fever an effective innate defense? A, B, C, or D. Okay, so this is the second line of defense. One of them is fever. And remember, fever is actually inhibits many bacterial growth and also increase the phagocyte activity. Okay, so increase body temperature enhance the effectiveness of phagocyte. So that's going to be the answer. What defense mechanism respond to the presence of foreign antigens by initiating a cascade of reactions that enhance phagocytosis in the area? A, B, C, or D? So this is called the complement system. So complement system will causing the antibodies to react to the antigens and increase the phagocytosis. Cells that are infected by virus release blank that function to protect the nervous cell from becoming infected. A, B, C, or D. Okay, so if a cell, so let's say this is cell, there are two groups of cells. Okay, this is the first one is actually infected by viruses. Okay, this is virus. So this cell is called the infected cell. This infected cell then will produce chemical is called the interferon. And this interferon will be released to the healthy cell. Okay, when the healthy cell receives the interferon, it produces proteins that protect them against the virus. Okay, so the molecules of the chemical is called the interferons. So interferon actually can be harvested and injected into healthy persons in order to protect their cell from infection. What types of phagocytic cells are circulating in the blood? A, B, C, or D. So already mentioned when we talk about the 5 types of white blood cell, never let monkey eat banana. Okay, so 2 of them, neutrophil and monocyte, are phagocyte. Okay, the one that eat other cell or bacteria. So neutrophils and monocyte. What is one function of limbs related to defense mechanism? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so limbs is carry a lot of things to the lymph node. Okay, usually they will go to the lymph node, and in the lymph nodes there are a lot of T cell and B cell. Okay, so the foreign molecules will be carried by the limbs by the lymph vessel into the lymph node. So carry the foreign particles, including bacteria and other debris, into the lymph nodes. Which of the following occurs during an adaptive immune responses? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so production of interferon, this is the second line of defense. Okay, so it is not the third line of defense. Remember, adaptive is the third line of defense over here. It's performed by B cells and T cells. Okay, so T cell perform activity is called the CMI, cell-mediated immunity. It will kill the virus directly, but the B cell perform the AMI, antibody-mediated immunity, which is B cell will produce antibodies, and antibodies then will remove or destroy the antigen. So it's going to be this one, production of antibodies or immunoglobulins or IG. Following contact with its targeted antigens, a B cell will divide and differentiate into blank, which produce and secrete antibodies. Okay, so the B cell will differentiate into B memory cell and plasma B cell. This plasma B cell is the one that produces the antibodies. Okay, so plasma cell. What is the function of plasma cells? Okay, we already mentioned that the function of plasma cell or plasma B cell is production of antibodies. What is opsonization? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so if this is pathogens, maybe bacteria or viruses, and the opsonization is the coverings of these pathogens with antibody, and it will be available for the phagocyte, okay, like maybe the monocyte, to eat them, to make it is available to be eaten by this phagocyte. That's the opsonization, process of binding an antigen with proteins to make it ready for phagocyte. What's the function of cytotoxic cell or TC? A, B, C, or D? Okay, remember T cell can be divided into TC, cytotoxic T cell, and TH, T helper. This TC will attack the pathogens directly. Okay, so TC will attack the infected cell directly. Immune cells called glands are activated when their antigen receptor bind to a display foreign antigen. They then release cytokine that help other immune cells to be active to continue the immune response. Okay, which one is that? Okay, remember the process? When virus enter into our cell, then it will be processed by macrophages. Okay, when the macrophages process this pathogen, then it will produce the presenting the antigens. Okay, that's the reason why this macrophage is also known as APC. Okay, antigen presenting cell. So when the antigen present, then it will be recognized by the T cell, which is the T helper. Okay, and this T helper then produce cytokine to activate the B cell. Okay, when the B cell activate, then it will produce the B cell memory and plasma B cell. And this plasma B cell is then produce the antibody to kill these pathogens. Okay, so this is the plasma B cell. And the T helper also produce interleukin. It's go to another T cell, it's called TC. And then this TC will divide into TC memory cell and TC clones. And this TC clone will kill the pathogens directly. Okay, so again, the one that perform this process over here is called the T helper. Okay, helper T cell. The human immune deficiency virus HIV targets blank, which explains why both humoral and cellular immune response become inefficient as a result of HIV infection. Okay, so remember that process again. So this is the macrophage. This is pathogens, and then macrophages will process that, will produce the antigens, presenting the antigen. Antigen will be recognized by T helper. T helper will produce interleukin and also cytokine. Okay. Cytokine will activate B cell. Interleukin will activate the T cell. Okay. And B cell become plasma B cell and B memory cell. The TC become TC memory and clone TC. Clone TC will kill the pathogens, destroy the pathogen directly. Plasma B cell will produce antibody that will destroy this antigen or pathogens. Okay, so this is the process. It starts from the T helper. HIV virus is actually attack the T helper. It's destroying the T helper. Okay, if the T helper destroy, then this process will also gone. Okay, so the individual that have HIV infections become AIDS, they usually unable to protect themselves against any type of infection. Okay, so the one that is targeted by the HIV is T helper, helper T cells. What type of immunoglobulin or Ig is the most abundant of the circulating antibodies? Okay, so remember the sequence, start with IgG. Okay, so just remember after G is A, and then M, and the last one is E. So look like game, right? Game, but before E there is D. Okay, so IgG, IgA, IgM, IgD, and IgE. So that's the sequence of antibodies based on the abundance. So IgG will be the most abundant one. From the collecting duct, the limbs enter blank and becomes part of the plasma. Okay, where they go? Of course, the limbs is connected to the vein, especially the brachial veins that finally become superior vena cava. Okay, it's gonna be combined with veins. What are the two main types of lymphocytes? Okay, so we already mentioned this many times. Lymphocyte consists of B cell and T cell. Both B lymphocytes and T lymphocytes are made in A, B, C, or D. Okay, remember the place for making all blood type, which is red blood cell, platelets, and white blood cell. This white blood cell, there are 5 types of them: neutrophil, lymphocyte, monocyte, eosinophil, basophil. Never let monkey eat banana. That's the sequence. And lymphocyte consists of T cell and B cell. All of these made in red bone marrow in our bones. So red bone marrow. B lymphocytes maturation is happening in A, B, C, or D. So red bone marrow is the place for make the B cell and T cell. Okay, all blood cells will be made in red bone marrow. T cells, it will go to thymus gland to be mature. B cell will stay in the red bone marrow and get mature inside the red bone marrow. Okay, both of the B cell and T cell that already mature, they will go to the lymphatic organ. Okay, such as lymph node. Okay, so the B cells produce in the red bone marrow and stay in red bone marrow for maturation. So it's gonna be red bone marrow. Okay, the T lymphocyte maturation is happening in thymus gland. Name of hormone produced by the thymus gland that stimulate maturation of T lymphocyte. So this is thymus glands, and the name of the hormone that produced by the thymus gland will be very similar with the name of the gland itself. It's going to be thymosin. Mature B lymphocyte and T lymphocytes are residing in A, B, C, or D. Okay, remember, B cell mature in the red bone marrow. The T cell get mature in thymus gland. Both of them will be delivered into the lymphatic organs. They will stay in the lymphatic organs. One of the lymphatic organs is the lymphatic nodes. What type of immunoglobulins are involved in type 1 hypersensitivity? Okay, remember type 1 hypersensitivity, type 2, type 3, and type 4. Okay, so hypersensitivity. Okay. Now for type 1, type 2, and type 3, all of them is caused by the antibodies, by the IG that is really overreactive. So type 1 is caused by the IgE, that is really overreactive. Type 2 is IgM, and type 3 is by IgG. And the type 4 is the only one that caused by cell, which is the T cell. Okay, so the T cell is overreactive. So for the type 1 will be IgE. What type of immunoglobulins are involved in type 2 hypersensitivity? Remember, it's going to be the IgM. How about type 3? This will be the IgG. And this is the most abundant type of antibodies. Okay, remember the rule. Okay, GAMDE. Okay, so G is the most abundant one. And this is the one that causing the type 3 hypersensitivity. What type of immune response or components are involved in type 4 hypersensitivity? And this is the only one that's caused by the cell, which is the T cells overreactive. What type of hypersensitivity involves T lymphocyte? Okay, we already mentioned that, the type 4. Anaphylactic shock is a risk with what type of hypersensitivity? Okay, so anaphylactic shock is examples of type 1 hypersensitivity. Okay, so this is allergy. This is systemic allergy, like a bee sting, for example, is a type of anaphylactic shock. So this is type 1 hypersensitivity. Jimmy Neutron has a condition in which his immune system has attacked and destroyed his beta cell. Okay, so beta cell located in pancreas. This is an example of type 1, type 4 autoimmune disease or tissue rejection reaction. Okay, so this is autoimmune disease, and autoimmune disease mostly the type 3 hypersensitivity. Okay, so autoimmune disease, which is our IG. Remember, type 3 is caused by the IgG. The IgG that attack our own cell. In this case, this IgG attack the beta cell of pancreas, causing the type 1 diabetes. Rheumatic fever, rheumatoid arthritis or RA, type 1 diabetes, and systemic lupus erythematosus are examples of. This is caused by the IgG that attack our own tissue. So all of these type of disease is called the autoimmune disease, which is actually mostly a type 3 hypersensitivity. What is the target of cytotoxic T cell or TC? A, B, C, D, E, F, or G. Okay, so of course, T cell is not the target for TC itself, because T helper actually the one that helps TC. Cancer cell, yes. Cell infected by virus, yes. Okay. So mostly these two targets. Okay. So TC will destroy the cancer cell, and also cell that infected by viruses. How do the cytotoxic T cell destroy the targeted cell? A, B, C, D, or E. Interferon, remember, interferon is produced by infected cell, okay, not by the TC. So this is not the answer. Interleukin mostly produced by T helper. Okay? So this is produced by the infected cell. The IL is by T helper. So this is not the answer. The phagocyte, so of course this is not the answer because TC is not phagocyte. Yeah, phagocyte is neutrophils and monocyte. Produce antibody, it is also not because antibody is produced by B cell, right? So the only answer will be production of perforins, and perforins will destroy the cancer cell and also cell infected by viruses. Following a tissue or an organ transplant, the recipient typically needs to take medication to blank. Okay, remember when we get the transplantation or graft, okay, organ transplantations or skin graft, for example, there will be rejection. Okay, so the rejection. So in order to suppress our rejection, to suppress our immune system, then someone, the recipient, will get the medication. Okay, so this medication is used for suppress his immune system to make sure that TC will not attack the organ that is transplanted to his body. What type of immunity will a person develop after contracting and fighting an infection? Okay, A, B, C, or D. Okay, remember when it is contacting with the infection, it's going to be natural, right? So this is natural immunity. Okay, and then after the infection, then our body will destroy that infectious disease, and then will be cured, and we will produce the memory cell. Okay, and this memory cell will protect us against the next infection. It's going to be long-term. Okay, long-term immunity, which is called active immunity. Okay, so the answer will be natural and active immunity. Yeah, after we get the disease, the natural disease. So natural acquired and active immunity. What type of immunity will a person develop after getting vaccinations or immunization? Okay, so vaccination is artificially giving the disease. Okay, so this is artificial. It's going to be artificial acquired, and immunization will cause us to produce memory cell, and it will protect us for long-term immunity. Okay, immunization. So its long-term immunity is called active. So the answer will be artificial and active. Artificial acquired and active immunity. What type of immunity will a person develop after getting immunoglobulins or antibodies injection? So getting immunoglobulins or antibodies will not us to make memory cell. So no memory cell produced, then our immunity just temporary, and it is called passive. Okay, passive immunity, temporary immunity, and it is done by injection. So injection is artificial. So look for artificial acquired and passive immunity. So someone that gets antibody injection or IG injections will have artificial passive immunity. So he will be immune for the disease for only several months. Injection of gamma globulins will provide A, B, C, or D. Okay, again, injection is artificial. Gamma globulin, this is the same as IG, antibody. So it should be passive because no memory cell produced. So it's going to be artificial passive immunity. What type of immunity will a baby develop after receiving antibody from his mother through placenta or breastfeeding? A, B, C, or D. Okay, now receive antibody, so it's gonna be passive because no production of memory cell, just receiving antibody, so it's passive. But this baby get it from mother, natural way. It's not injection. So it's going to be natural acquired and passive immunity. So the baby will get the protection as long as he gets the breastfeeding from the mother. If the breastfeeding stops, then his protection will be lost also. Maybe only last for several months. Newborns can be protected against certain digestive and respiratory infections when they receive blank via their mother's milk. Okay, now you have to know the distribution of these antibodies. Again, from the most abundant one is G, right? AGG, and then AMDE. Okay, so IgG mostly in the blood circulation, 80%. Okay, the IgA is the one that's mostly present in the secretions, in the fluid. Okay, fluid like sweat, milk, saliva, mucus. Okay, so this IgA. So from this question, you should be able to answer this question because the baby get antibodies from their mother's milk. What type of Ig, what type of antibody will be present? It's going to be IgA. Okay, because IgA mostly present in the fluid secretions like milk. How does a vaccine produce its effects? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so vaccines. So this is actually weak type of disease or pathogen that is injected into our body. It will activate our immune response. Okay, which is B cells and the T cell. If a vaccine is given to the most people in the population, it can halt or stop the spread of an infection. This condition is called A, B, C, or D. Okay, so when most people in the area, let's say 80% of people receive vaccinations, so they are vaccinated, then the other 20% is actually protected, because there will be less disease due to 80% of them already protected from the disease. So the 20% will be also protected by this 80% of people. And this condition is called the herd immunity. Okay, the immunity that is given by the majority of people that have vaccination. Amanda has Crohn's disease and has been given the drug called the Humira. A, monoclonal antibody. So what does monoclonal antibody means? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so this is antibodies is produced, injected into her body to protect her against the Crohn's disease. And because this is mono, so it's mean only single. So it's going to be single type of antibody. So it's only consists a single type of antibody, maybe only IgG or IgM. Number 1. What is the function of the digestive system? Okay, choose your answer. Okay, the name is telling you the function is to digest. Digest the food. What does digest mean? To break down micromolecules, bigger molecules into smaller molecules. So look for that answer. So sense stimulus is not deliver oxygen. This is the cardiovascular system. Protection against infection. This is lymphatic system. So the correct answer will be D. Ingest and break down food, absorb nutrient, and remove the unabsorbed material. So this is the functions of the digestive system. Okay, the next one. Proteins, carbohydrates, and fats or lipids are classified as A, B, C, or D. So these substances, usually the one that we eat. So we eat meat, has a lot of proteins. We eat bread, pizza, rice. There's a lot of carbohydrates on it. And also when we eat meat, there are fats on it. So all of them are big molecule that has to be digested. So these are macro or big molecules. So this is going to be micronutrients. The final products of protein digestions that will be absorbed in the intestines are A, B, C, or D. So remember again, the food that we eat is actually macromolecules or micronutrients, okay, like proteins, carbohydrates, and lipids. Okay, there's also nucleic acid. Okay, so the proteins after digestions, it will produce the subunits, which is the final product of protein digestion is called the amino acid. This is the one that will be absorbed in the intestine. And then carbohydrates, this is also known as polysaccharide. Okay, and the final product will be called the monosaccharides. Examples are glucose, galactose, and lipids. This is a big molecules. The final product of digestion of lipids will be fatty acids, okay, and glycerol. Okay, so nucleic acid like DNA, RNA, the final products for digestion of this nucleic acid will be called the nucleotides. Okay, so these are the final products that will be absorbed in the intestine. Now the question is the final product of protein, which is the amino acid. Okay, the final products of lipid or fat digestion that will be absorbed in the intestine are, we already mentioned that, Choose your answer. Yes, gonna be fatty acid plus glycerol. Okay, so the answer will be fatty acids. The final product of carbohydrate digestion that will be absorbed in the intestines are, remember, the carbohydrate is also known as polysaccharide. Saccharide means sugar, poly means many. Okay, so polysaccharide consists of many sugar. So this is the unit that will be absorbed. Therefore, the final product is called a monosaccharide. Okay, mono means single. Okay, single sugar. Examples: glucose, fructose, galactose. These are the three examples of monosaccharides that will be absorbed in our intestine. And this is the final product of carbohydrate digestion. Which of the following is not a monosaccharide? We're just telling you which one is this. Glucose is yes, fructose is yes, galactose is yes. Lactose is not. Lactose is actually consists of glucose, so one glucose plus one galactose. Okay, so this is what we call the disaccharide. Okay, di means two, so two sugar. Okay, so two sugar, which is glucose and galactose, will make lactose. Which of the following monosaccharides is part of DNA? Okay, glucose, fructose, ribose, or deoxyribose. Okay, so the name is telling you DNA means deoxyribose nucleic acid. This means that it carry deoxyribose. Okay, this is also monosaccharide. Actually, it has 5 carbons. So this carry 6 carbons. Okay, so the 6 carbon sugar. Ribose and deoxyribose carry 5 carbons. Now, how about the monosaccharides that is part of RNA? A, B, C, or D? Again, the name is telling you R over here means ribose. Okay, so ribose nucleic acid, which is this one. The C will be the answer, ribose. Monosaccharides, amino acid, and fatty acid are classified as A, B, C, or D. Okay, so remember, proteins will be digested into monosaccharide. Carbohydrates, okay, carbohydrate or polysaccharide will be digested into monosaccharide. Proteins will be digested into amino acids. Lipids, like oil, butter, will be digested into fatty acids. So the top one over here is called the macro or big molecule. Okay, macro or big molecule. Then the results or the product of the digestion will be called a small molecule or micro. Okay, small molecule. So the answer will be A, which is micronutrients. Which of the following is preferentially used by cell to make energy or ATP? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so remember, the process of making ATP is called cellular respiration. And the formula is glucose, which is C6H12O6 plus oxygen, 6 oxygen. It will be converted into ATP, which is energy that we need, 6 water, and 6 carbon dioxide. Okay, so the energy or the substance that is used for making this ATP by cell is this one, glucose, which is sugar or carbohydrate. So our cell will use carbohydrate first to make ATP. Taking vitamin to boost energy is a mistake because cell prefer to use blank for making energy. Okay, what is that? Okay. Vitamin is actually a type of proteins. So it is a type of proteins which will be used later after cell use the carbohydrate, which is glucose. So carbohydrate will be used first. What compound in our body use as glucose storage and replenish glucose supplies when they are depleted? A, B, C, or D. So when we have extra glucose in our blood, okay, this glucose will be converted into storage. It's called the glycogen. So glycogen is the storage of glucose, and they usually store in liver and muscle. So our liver have a lot of glycogen. Now what happens if our glucose depleted? We use them a lot. Of course, we're going to take it from the storage, which is from the glycogen. So this is going to be the storage of glucose that will be used to continue the ATP production. Glycogen is mainly formed and stored in A, B, C, or D. Okay, I just mentioned to you the formation of glycogen mostly happenings in liver. And there are also some storage of glycogen in muscle. So liver and muscle. Which of the following hormone stimulates the formation of glycogen or glycogenesis from glucose in the liver? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so this hormone is actually really famous. This is the one that reduces glucose in blood. Okay, so glucose in blood will be reduced by this hormone. It's going to be the insulin. So insulin actually will go to liver and tell the liver to make glycogen by taking glucose in blood. Okay, it is converted into glycogen in liver. Okay, so hormone insulin. Which of the following hormones stimulates the breakdown of glycogen or glycolysis into glucose in the liver? Okay, so which one? Of course, it is not insulin because insulin actually the opposite process. So the process over here is glycogen in the liver will be converted into many glucoses into the blood. Okay, this is happening when our glucose is in the blood depleted, then glycogen will be broken down into glucose. Okay, and the enzyme or the hormones that perform this process is also produced by pancreas, and this hormone is called the glucagon. So glucagon go to liver and then stimulate the breakdown of glycogen into glucose. Which of the following is not a lipid? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so lipids are substance that is not dissolved in water. So look for these choices. Which one is not dissolved in water? It's going to be oil, right? Vegetable oil. Cholesterol is also lipids. And triglyceride, it is fat, so it is not dissolved in water. Tyrosine, it is actually amino acid. Most of amino acids will be dissolved in water. So this one is not lipid. Which components form a triglyceride? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so the name is telling you there is three. Okay, three something. Okay, so this substance is actually composed of one glycerol. It has 3 carbon. Okay, and then combined with 3 fatty acid. So fatty acid is a molecule that has a lot of carbon and hydrogens. It's a long chain of these atoms and molecules. So it consists of 1 glycerol and 3 fatty acid. Okay, look for that. 1 glycerol and 3 fatty acids. So this is the answer. Which of the following is high in monounsaturated fats? Okay, so saturated fat means the lipid or oil that has single bond between atom on their fatty acid. Okay, so this saturated fat like this, saturated fat. Okay. This saturated fat will be solid in room temperatures, like butter, for example. Okay, unsaturated fat means it has at least 1 double bond, okay, on the fatty acid. Okay, maybe this one has double bond over here. Okay, so double bond. So this double bond make the fat become unsaturated. And the one that have a lot of mono, which means single double bond, is actually olive oil. It is considered as one of the healthier oils. Okay. Which of the following organ is a digestive tract or alimentary canal organ? A, B, C, or D? So just remember the digestive organs divided into 2 types. The first one is called GI tract or alimentary canal. And the second one is called the accessory organs. Okay. So GI tract, from the name, it is a tract. It starts from hole and then it will be finished in another hole. Okay, so I could start from mouth and finish in anus. This is tract. Okay, so mouth, and then pharynx. After that, esophagus, and then stomach, small intestine, large intestine, rectum, and then anus. This is what we call the GI tract or alimentary canal. Accessory organs is organs of digestive system that do not create this tract or canal. Okay, like for example, we have 3 accessory organs in our mouth, which is teeth, tongue, and salivary glands. Okay, we have another 3 of our accessory organs in the abdomen. Okay, the abdominal cavity, which is pancreas, liver, and gallbladder. Okay, so these are the accessory organs of the digestive system. So the question is, which one is a digestive tract, the alimentary canal? Salivary gland? It is not. It is accessory organ. Pancreas is also accessory organ. Liver is also accessory organ. Small intestine is part of this alimentary canal or GI tract. So the answer will be the small intestine. Which of the following organ is an accessory digestive organs? Mouth, it is not, because mouth is GI tract. Pancreas, yes, so pancreas is one of the accessory organ. Stomach, small intestine are part of the GI tract or alimentary canal. The alimentary canal extends between what 2 points? Okay. Between stomach to colon, it's not. Mouth to the stomach, yeah, the mouth is correct. It's starting from the mouth, but stomach is not the end. Intestine to anus, anus is correct. This is the end, but intestine is not the starting point. Starting point is mouth, and the end point is anus. So mouth to anus. What is the correct sequence for the layer of alimentary canal from innermost to the outermost? Okay, so alimentary canals, like for example, stomach, intestine, they have 4 layers. Okay, from inner to outer. So the inside layer is called the mucosa. So mucosa mostly consists of epithelial tissue. Mucosa layer. That's the first layer. Okay. After that, there is layer called the submucosa. Okay, submucosa. Okay, and then after that, there will be layer of smooth muscle. Okay, this layer is called the muscularis, layer of muscle. And the last one is a connective tissue fiber. It's called the serosa. Okay, so mucosa, submucosa, muscularis, and then serosa. This is from inside to outside. The layer of alimentary canal that absorb nutrient is the A, B, C, or D. Of course, it's going to be the inner layer that consists of the epithelial tissue. And this inside layer is called a mucosa. Okay, so this is the lumens of the alimentary canal. The mechanical process of breaking up food particles in the mouth is called ingestion, salivation, mastication, or peristalsis. Okay, which one is that? Okay, ingestion is not, because this is the process of putting food in our mouth. So this is eating. Okay, and then salivation is production of saliva. Okay, and then mastication is the process of grinding the food or breaking up the food particle in the mouth. So this is going to be the answer. It is done by our teeth. Which of the following is the largest salivary glands? Parotid, sublingual, submandibular. Which one? Okay, the largest one is the one that's located in the mouth under our cheek, is called parotid. So parotid, this is the largest one. Sublingual, it is located under the tongue, it is smaller. Submandibular, this is located under our lower jaw. This is also smaller than the parotid glands. The parotid glands is located blank and function to blank. Choose your answer. Okay, parotid gland, of course, it is not under the tongue, so that's incorrect. Okay, it is not under the mandible. This is actually located on the side of the mouth, okay, in our cheek, and the function is to produce saliva. Salivary gland secretes the enzymes blank that break down blank. A, B, C, or D. Okay. Saliva, okay, which is product of salivary glands, mostly consists of enzymes that digest carbohydrates. Okay, digest carbohydrate. Example of carbohydrate is starch, which is a lot in like potato, bread. Okay, it's a lot of starch. The scientific name of starch is amylum. Okay, so amylum. Then the enzyme that digests amylum will be called amylase. So ACE means enzyme that digests the amylum. So it should be amylase. This digests carbohydrates or amylum or starch. What is the main function of saliva for digestive system? A, B, C, or D? Okay, remember saliva is mainly water plus the main enzyme is amylase. Okay, so water and amylase. So water starts process of breaking down the food is called the hydrolysis. Hydro means water, lysis means break down. So break down molecule using water. So beginning hydrolysis and chemical digestion of protein. It is not, okay? Beginning of hydrolysis and chemical digestion of carbohydrate. It is correct. So this will be the answer, because amylase is the enzyme that digests carbohydrates. When you chew a piece of bread slowly for a long period of time, the flavor is becoming sweet due to the breakdown of starch into monosaccharides, like sugars. Which enzyme in the mouth is responsible for this process? Okay, so this is, again, we already explained this one. Start is amylum. It will be broken down by amylase. That's the name of the enzyme. The mechanical process of mixing and movement of food or kinds within the alimentary canal is called ingestion, salivation, mastication, or peristalsis. Ingestion is not, okay, because this is process of putting food in our mouth. Salivation is production of saliva. Mastication is chewing, so it is not part of this process, mixing and movement of food. And of course, this is the only answer left, which is peristalsis. So peristalsis is the process of mixing and movement of food within the alimentary canal. And this process is done by smooth muscle, okay, or the muscularis layer of the alimentary canal. Where the peristalsis occur in the alimentary canal? A, B, C, or D? Okay, remember alimentary canal start from the mouth, but in the mouth there is no peristalsis. You have mastication. So mouth will not be the answer. Stomach to the colons, maybe. Okay. Esophagus to the anus, mouth to the anus. Mouth is not. Then the answer will be after mouth we have pharynx and then esophagus. This actually starts from esophagus. So this process is starting from esophagus to anus. Because of the location of palatine tonsils, which process could be interfered by the swollen palatine tonsil. So when the tonsil is become bigger, okay, this is the mouth. You have two tonsils over here, left and right. When it is bigger or swelling, what is going to be happening? What process will be interfered? Breathing only, swallowing only, or both breathing and swallowing, or neither of them? The answer will be both of breathing and swallowing will be interfered because of the swollen palatine tonsils. The flap-like structure that closes the breathing tube of accidentally getting food particles and water is called A, B, C, or D. Okay, so this is a flap-like structure like door or window that will close the respiratory tract from getting the food. Pharynx is not, because this is the airways, larynx, also airways, trachea, this is a windpipe. So the answer will be epiglottis. So epiglottis actually will close the larynx from getting food. If the food going to larynx, then we will get choked by the food. Epiglottis is attached to the A, B, C, or D. So we just mentioned if it is trachea, which is windpipe, above the trachea there is a structure is called larynx, and this larynx is also known as a voice box because it's produce voice. And above the larynx there is a flap-like structure that will close the larynx when we swallow the food. and this structure is called epiglottis. Okay, so this epiglottis is located on the larynx. Heartburn is usually caused by the effects of gastric juice on the lung. A stomach, small intestine, heart, or esophagus. Okay, so the heartburn is actually due to the effect of gastric juice that going back up to our esophagus. So this actually affecting esophagus, and we feel that heartburn. Stomach ulcer is caused by excess bile, a high pH, bacterial infection, or viral infection. Okay, stomach ulcer is caused by bacterial infection. There is a special bacteria that causes this stomach ulcer. It's called the Helicobacter pylori. The four main parts of stomach, from esophagus to small intestine, are, choose your answer, A, B, C, or D. Okay, if it is esophagus, okay, it's gonna be sphincter. It's called the lower esophageal sphincter. It's connected to the stomach. Okay, and then at the end of stomach, there is also another sphincter. It's called the pyloric sphincter. Okay, and this sphincter connects the stomach with small intestine. Okay, so between esophagus and small intestine, stomach has four parts. The closest one to the esophagus is called cardia. Okay, and then behind the cardia, there is area is called fundus. Okay, and then the main part, the biggest part of the stomach is called the body. Okay, and the last part, the one that closest to the small intestine, is called the pylorus. Okay, so the sequence will be start from cardia, fundus, body, and pylorus. Look for cardia, fundus, body, and pylorus. The biggest part of the stomach is the body, pylorus, fundus, or cardia. Okay, we already mentioned that the biggest part is called the body. This is where the food processing mostly happenings in the body of the stomach. Which of the following cells on the wall of stomach produces chloric acids? Okay, there are many cells in the stomach, many different types of cells. Okay, the one that produce the hydrochloric acid is called the parietal cell. So parietal cell is the one that produces the hydrochloric acid. Mucus cell, it is the one that produces mucus, which is a sticky fluid. Chief cell, this is the one that produces enzyme, okay, like pepsin and lipase. So these are the two enzymes produced in the stomach, produced by the chief cell. G cell is actually the one that produces hormones. It's called gastrin. Okay, so the one that produces the hydrochloric acids in the stomach is called the parietal cells. Which of the following cells on the wall of stomach produce hormone gastrin? Okay, so you should be able to answer this question because I just explained it. It's going to be the G cell. Okay, so G cell produce gastrin. Now, what is the function of gastrin? Gastrin actually will stimulate the parietal cell, okay, stimulate parietal cell to produce hydrochloric acid. Which of the following hormones produced by stomach that sends signal to hypothalamus to stimulate appetite? Okay, feeling hungry. Is that secretin, gastrin? Already mentioned gastrin is the one that stimulates parietal cell to produce hydrochloric acid. So this is not the answer. Okay, secretin, leptin, or ghrelin. The one that increase appetite is called the ghrelin. So ghrelin is the name of hormones that increase our appetite. And it will be sent to the hypothalamus. Okay. Miss Piggy has a hormonal disorder in which her stomach constantly produces ghrelin. What will the effect of her disorder? She will never feel hungry. Of course not, because ghrelin is actually the one that makes us hungry, increase the appetite. She will constantly feel hungry. Yes, that will be the answer. How about the next one? Her metabolic rate will be increased. This is not. This is controlled by thyroid hormone. Okay, so the answer will be she will constantly feel hungry. Inhibition of which hormone may help in weight loss? Okay, so this is connected to the previous question. So to the weight loss, inhibition of ghrelin will help for the weight loss. Which of the following hormones produced by fat cell or adipocytes that send the signal to hypothalamus to suppress appetite? So feeling full, okay? Which hormone? Gastrin is not. We already mentioned what is gastrin. Ghrelin, of course, it is not, because this is actually opposite. This is the one that increase appetite. So the one that decrease or suppress appetite is hormone called leptin. So leptin will give us the feeling of full. Okay, leptin is the answer. Which of the following alimentary canal produce hormones called cystokinin or CCK? Esophagus, stomach, small intestine, or large intestine? So stomach is not. We already mentioned hormones produced by the stomach like gastrin, ghrelin. It is not CCK. Esophagus does not produce any hormones. Okay. Small intestine produce many hormones. One of them is called cystokinin or CCK. Large intestine usually do not produce hormone. So the small intestine is produce this hormone, CCK. Which of the following alimentary canal produce hormone GIP or GDIP, glucose insulinotropic polypeptide, or glucose dependent insulinotropic polypeptide? Okay, choose your answer. Again, esophagus will be not, stomach it is not, and the answer will be small intestine. Small intestine actually produce 3 hormones, CCK, GIP, and secretin. So small intestine is the answer. Which of the following alimentary canal produce hormone secretins? I just explained that one. So the one that produce the secretin hormone is also small intestine. So small intestine is the GI tract where the food digestion and reabsorption take place. So therefore, this part of the GI tract is actually produce many hormones and also many enzymes. Which accessory organ is attached to the duodenum and secrete fluid rich in digestive enzyme? Liver, gallbladder, pancreas, or salivary gland. Of course, salivary gland is not the answer because it is located in the mouth. Okay, maybe liver, gallbladder, pancreas. The one that produces a lot of enzymes is actually pancreas. So pancreas produces so many enzymes that will digest proteins, carbohydrates, and lipids. So pancreas is attached to the small intestine and it produces many digestive enzymes. What is the function of hormone secretins? Okay, remember this hormone is produced by the small intestine. What is the function? Okay, stimulate release of pancreatic juice. It could be regular excretion of digestive enzymes, maybe convert pepsinogen to pepsin. It is not, okay, because this one is actually in stomach. Remember, stomach produce pepsin. Convert trypsinogen to trypsin, maybe. Okay, the correct answer, secretin is actually used to stimulate the release of pancreatic juice. And this pancreatic juice mainly consists of sodium bicarbonate. Okay. So this sodium bicarbonate is also known as antacid. Okay. This is the natural antacid, the liquid or the substance that will neutralize the acid that coming from the stomach. Remember, food that enter into the small intestine is coming from the stomach, and stomach is very acidic. Okay? There should be substance that will neutralize that acid in the small intestine, and that substance is called the sodium bicarbonate, which is present in the pancreatic juice, and it will neutralize the acid. And this production of this pancreatic juice is stimulated by hormone secretin produced by the small intestine. Okay, so this makes sense that the food that enter into the small intestine carry acid, and then small intestine will produce secretin to stimulate the pancreatic juice. What is the function of hormone called cystokinin? CCK. A, B, C, or T? Okay, remember again, when the food coming from the stomach go to the small intestine. Okay, first this food will be carry acid on it, okay? And also, of course, the micromolecules, okay, like proteins, carbohydrates, lipids, right? So the small intestine will produce secretin, okay, and then secretins will go to pancreas, okay, and then pancreas will produce the sodium bicarbonate. It will be released into the small intestine to neutralize the acid from stomach, right? That's the first one. Remember, there is also macronutrient that enter into the small intestine from the stomach. It will make the small intestine to produce CCK, right, called cystokinin. And this CCK also will go to pancreas and stimulate the pancreas to produce the enzyme that will digest these micromolecules. Coenzyme over here. Okay, So the answer will be regulate pancreatic secretion of digestive enzyme. Okay. Just for information, the CCK will also go to liver. Okay, not only to pancreas, it will go to liver, and liver will produce the bile. Okay, it will be released into the small intestine. And bile has a function also for digesting the lipid. Okay, so CCK is not only good to pancreas, but also good to liver. Which of the following substances in the pancreatic juice neutralize the acid from the stomach? Already explained this one before. The substance is called sodium bicarbonate. That's the name of substance that has a function as natural antacid. Okay, it's neutralizes acid from the stomach. Which of the following substances in the pancreatic juice digest proteins and polypeptides? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so the name of substrate that has to be digested is proteins or polypeptide. Okay, we already mentioned that amylase is for carbohydrate, so this is not the answer. Okay, lipase, from the name, it is actually digest lipid. Okay, so this is for lipid. This is not for protein, so this is not the answer. Sodium bicarbonate, it is not for digestion. This is for antacid. So this is not the answer. The answer will be trypsin. Okay. Just for information, most of the enzyme that digest the protein, many of them will end with the IN. Okay. Like trypsin, pepsin, chymotrypsin. That's going to be the name of enzyme that digest protein. Okay, and with IN. Which of the following substances in the pancreatic juice digest lipids or fats? Okay, so trypsin, this is for protein. Amylase, this is for carbohydrates. Sodium bicarbonate, this is antacid, not for digestion. So lipids digested by lipase. So ACE over here mean enzyme, and this lipase is coming from lipid. So lipid digesting enzyme. Okay, so this is the answer should be lipase. Which of the following substances in the pancreatic juice digest carbohydrates? Okay, it should be easy. Trypsin is for protein, lipase for lipid. This is antacid. Then the answer will be amylase. This is the one that digests starch of or the amylum or carbohydrates. Which of the following substances in the is produced by liver to help lipid digestion in the intestine? Okay, which one is that? Remember, trypsin, it is produced by pancreas. Okay, amylase also produced by the pancreas. Lipase produced by pancreas. It is not produced by liver. Liver actually produces substance called bile. So bile is produced by liver. And this bile consists of bile salt, water, bile pigment, cholesterol, and electrolytes. Okay, there are several constituents of bile. The one that really help lipids digestion is called the bile salt. Okay, this is part or components of bile that digest lipid. What type of lipoprotein picks up cholesterol from peripheral tissue and return it to liver? A, B, C, or D? Okay, this is very important to understand. In our blood, we have a group of protein that carry lipids, and this group of protein is called lipoproteins. Okay, there are two main types of lipoprotein. The first one is called the LDL, and the second one is called the HDL. Okay, so LDL is stand for low density lipoprotein. Okay. HDL stand for high density lipoproteins. Okay, the LDL is actually carry cholesterol, okay, from liver to tissue cell. Okay, it will increase cholesterol in the blood. Okay, so if your LDL is higher, it means that you have the higher risk of having more cholesterol in the blood. Okay, so just remember that LDL we can also say as a looser, okay, looser cholesterol, because it's increased cholesterol level in the blood. The HDL, this is the one that carry cholesterol from tissue into liver. Okay? In the liver, this cholesterol will be broken down. Okay? So when it is carried cholesterol from tissue to liver, it means actually decrease cholesterol level in your blood. Okay, so therefore this HDL you can also say as a hero, right? Hero cholesterol or happy cholesterol. Okay, so this is good cholesterol. Okay, so that's the difference between LDL and HDL. Now go back to the question. What type of lipoprotein picks up cholesterol from peripheral tissue and return it to the liver? Of course, this is going to be the HDL. Okay, the high density lipoproteins. So if you measure your HDL higher, this is mean that you are in a good healthy condition. So you need to have higher HDL and lower LDL. Which constituent of bile has a digestive functions? Bile pigment, bile salt, cholesterol, or electrolytes? Already mentioned that the bile salt is actually the one have the functions to digest the lipids. Bile salt functions like detergents in that they blank fat globules. A, digest, B, liquefy, C, solidify, C, emulsify. Okay, the way the bile salts digest the fat is by emulsifying it. Okay, just like when you wash your hand, when you have a lot of grease on your hand, you use soap, and this soap will remove or emulsify the grease from our hand. This is similar with the bile salt. It will emulsify the fat or lipids in our intestine. What is the function of the gallbladder? A, produce bile, stores bile, produce cholesterol, or produce urea. Gallbladder function is only for storage, okay, which is bladder is actually meant storage. Okay, you have urinary bladder, which is the storage of urine. Now you have gallbladder, which is the storage of gall or cholesterol. Okay? So this is store the bile. Okay? And the main components of bile is actually cholesterol. So stores bile. Why might gallstone form? So how the gallstone form? Because of the hepatitis? No, hepatitis will not stimulate or causing the gallstone. Because of liver necrosis, it is not. Liver cancer also not. And the main reason is because bile is too concentrated. Okay, less water in the bile, it's become stone or solid. Okay, that's what we call the gallstone. So because bile is too concentrated in the gallbladder. What is the major components of gallstones? Bile pigment, bile salt, cholesterol, or uric acid. Uric acid is not, because this is not part of the bile. Okay, so the one that's actually mostly concentrated in the gallstone is the cholesterol part. So cholesterol is become solid in the gallbladder. Which of the following substances is not functions of liver? A, B, C, or D? A, maintaining blood glucose concentration. This is yes, remember. Liver form the glycogens in the time when there are so many glucoses in the blood. Okay? If there are less glucose in the blood, then glycogen will be converted into glucose. So it is controlling blood glucose concentration. Secretion of insulin, this is not, okay? So this is actually the function of pancreas. Okay, so this is actually the answer, because the question is which one is not the function of liver? Secretion of insulin is not the functions of liver. Liver also produce urea, and of course liver form and produce bile. Jaundice, yellowish tints of tissue such as the sclera or the white of the eyes, is caused by abnormal functions of liver, which causing accumulation of blank in the blood circulation. So which one will be accumulated in the blood due to this liver dysfunction? Like someone that have hepatitis or liver cancer will have this kind of problem, jaundice, yellowish color of the skin and the eyes. It is the cholesterol? It is not. The bile salt? No. It is actually the bile pigment. Pigment means color. Okay? Example is the bilirubin. And this bilirubin color is kind of yellowish color. So this is the one that will be circulated in the blood and causing this jaundice. So the bile pigment. Which of the following is the possible transmission of hepatitis B? Skin contact, infected food, sexual activity, or the aerosols? So hepatitis B is caused by virus. Okay, virus Hep B. And this virus is actually reproduced inside the liver. Okay, reproduced in the liver, or HEPA means liver. So therefore causing the inflammations of liver or hepatitis. Okay, so when they reproduce in liver, it will be carried by blood. Okay, and also carry in other fluids like the sperm. Therefore, the one that causing transmission of the hepatitis B, maybe blood transfusion and also sexual activity. Okay, so that's the possible transmission of hepatitis B. The greater omentum is composed of the blank membrane. So greater omentum is actually fat membrane or tissue that protect the GI tract organs in our abdominal cavity. So this is the one that cover, protect the intestine, stomach, and other organs in the abdominal cavity. Okay, so it's composed of what? Plural. Plural is actually in the lung. So lung, this is covering for lung. Pericardial, remember we already mentioned, talk about the heart. So this is the one that covers the heart. Peritoneal, this is the one that covers organs in the abdominal cavity. So this is the answer. How about meninges? Meninges is the one for brain and spinal cord. So the one that protects brain and spinal cord is called the meninges. So the answer should be peritoneal membrane. One of the side effects of antihistamines, a medicine for allergy, is xerostomia due to inhibition of salivation. What is the xerostomia? Okay, so the question actually gives you the idea what is xerostomia. It says that the histamine actually inhibit salivation, inhibit production of saliva. So therefore, this antihistamine will causing dry mouth because no or lower salivary production. So dry mouth is xerostomia. Which division of autonomic nervous system or ANS stimulate digestion process? A, B, C, or D? Okay, remember in Bio 137 we talk about ANS. This ANS actually consists of two divisions. The first one during normal time is called the parasympathetic division. Okay, this is during normal relaxed time. And then the second one is called the sympathetic division. Okay, this is during specific time, like for F4E. Okay, emergency, fight, flight, okay, angry. So this is the sympathetic division. Now, when we are in angry time or maybe fight or emergency, it will actually increase heart rate, right? So our heart rate, breathing rate increase, but our digestion will be decreased. Okay. On the other way, during the parasympathetic division or normal relaxed time, our digestions will be increased. Okay, this is the time when we produce a lot of ATP. And then our heart rate and breathing rate will be normal, which is decreased. Okay, so this is the 2ANS division. Now the question is, which division of ANS stimulates digestion? Of course, during the parasympathetic innervation. So the answer will be the parasympathetic division. Which of the following provides a complete source of complete proteins? A, B, C, or D. Like corn, it is not. This is mostly carbohydrate. Rice is carbohydrate. Wheat is carbohydrate. So proteins, the answer should be egg. So egg is actually has a lot of proteins in it. Albumin, globulin, so it's kind of complete proteins present in the eggs. Which of the following provides a good source of complex carbohydrates? A, B, C, or E? Eggs. Egg is not. Egg is mostly for protein. Orange maybe for vitamins. Peanut is also proteins. Leafy greens is going to be the one that have a lot of complex carbohydrates. Which of the following vitamin is necessary for formation of collagens? So collagen is a connective tissue that make our bones stronger and also make our arteries also stronger because aorta actually have a lot of collagen fibers on it. So which vitamin is needed for formation of collagens? A, vitamin C, D, or K? The one that is needed for collagen formation is vitamin C. So vitamin C is needed to make collagens. Which of the following vitamins stimulate intestinal reabsorption of calcium and phosphorus? Okay, so calcium, phosphorus is needed to make our bone become harder. Okay, so this is important mineral for bone. And this calcium reabsorption, if we eat food that have a lot of calcium, the reabsorption of this calcium is stimulated by vitamin D. So D is the one that increases calcium reabsorption. This is the reason why in the milk that has a lot of calcium in it, they put vitamin D. Okay, because this vitamin D is used for increase the reabsorption of calcium in the milk. Deficiency of vitamin blank causes rickets, osteomalacia, and bone decalcifications. Which one is that? Rickets here, this is mean the bone is actually not strong enough. Children that have rickets here, they will have the leg bone like an O. Okay, so like a bow. Okay, so this is called the bow leg. It's not, the bone is not that strong. Okay, osteomalacia, this is for adult. They have a very fragile bones because their bone cannot put calciums in it, or bone decalcification, which is the calcium will be out from the bone, causing the bone become fragile. So which vitamin? Deficiency of what vitamin causing this disorder or these problems? Of course, the vitamin D, because vitamin D is used for calcium reabsorption. Deficiency of vitamin blank causes night blindness. So this individual will have difficulty to see during darker condition, during low light conditions. So which one? This is going to be vitamin A. So vitamin A is used for our eyes to see better in low light situation. Vitamin A. So it's usually a lot in like carrots. Okay, so carrots, it has a lot of vitamin A. As a child, Patrick Stars was poor and did not eat very well. Now he has developed a poor vision during low light condition. Which of the vitamins should he take to improve his vision? Okay, so we already mentioned before, the one that causing low light, difficult to see in the low light condition is deficiency of vitamin A. Therefore, he has to take the vitamin A to improve his vision. Excessive intake of vitamin blank causes nausea, headache, bruising, fatigue, and excessive bleeding. Which one is that? A, D, E, or K? The one that gives these symptoms is if we take too much vitamin E. So vitamin E will cause the symptoms: nausea, headache, bruising, fatigue, and excessive bleeding. Deficiency of vitamin blank causes excessive bleeding and prolonged clotting time. Okay, which one is this? Excessive bleeding. So vitamin K is needed for clotting. So this is the one that stops bleeding. Therefore, if we do not have enough vitamin K, then we will have excessive bleeding. Remember, if we have too much vitamin A, it can also vitamin E, it can also causing the excessive bleeding. But if it is deficiency of vitamin K, it will also cause excessive bleeding. Antibiotics treatment is sometimes causing deficiency of vitamin. Antibiotics mostly interfere with vitamin K. So people that take antibiotic, very likely they have also excessive bleedings. Which of the following is not a fat-soluble vitamin? A, C, D, K. Okay, so fat-soluble vitamin is mean that vitamins that soluble in fat, not in water. It consists of A, D, and K. So the one is not will be C over here. So vitamin C is water-soluble vitamin. Okay, this is water-soluble vitamin. Which of the following is major mineral or macro minerals? Manganese, sodium, copper, or iodine? So from these minerals or substances, which one we need more or a lot? Sodium is actually one of our macronutrients. Okay, which of the following is a trace element or micro mineral? Okay, we need it in the small amount. So we already mentioned sodium, we need it a lot. We also need a lot of calcium. Okay, therefore it is not micro mineral. And we also have a lot of or need a lot of magnesium. The one that we need less or trace element is iron over here. So the answer will be iron. Which of the following mineral is necessary for formation of hemoglobins? Calcium, sodium, iron, and or magnesium. Okay, remember calcium, this is for bone. Okay, magnesium mostly for some enzymes. Sodium, this is for electricity. Okay, and the one that is part of the hemoglobin is actually iron. So we need iron to make hemoglobins. Deficiency of blank causing cardiac arrhythmias. Calcium, sodium, potassium, or magnesium. Cardiac arrhythmias mean irregular heartbeats. And the deficiency of potassium might cause this problem. How are the ingredients listed on the label of packaged food? A, B, C, or D? They are listed in alphabetical order. It is actually not. Okay, they are listed increasing order by weight. They are listed decreasing order by weight, or there is no regulations. The correct answer is actually they are listed in increasing order. Okay, so from smaller ingredients to bigger ingredients. Okay, the small amounts to the higher amount. So they are listed decreasing order by weight. Okay, I'm sorry, this decreasing order from higher to the lower concentrations. 1 kilocalorie equals the amount of heat requires to raise temperature of a kilogram of water by how many degrees of Celsius? Okay, so this is 1, this one should be 1, 2. Okay, 1 degree of Celsius, 1 degree Celsius. What does BMI measure? The amount of body fat, the amount of muscle components, the basal metabolic rate, weight in proportion to height. Yeah, the answer will be weight in proportions to height. Which of the following is an ideal and healthy BMI, body mass index? Between 13 to 18, between 19 to 24, between 24 to 29, or above 30. Okay, this one is considered as skinny. Okay, underweight. Between 13 to 18. 19 to 20 is normal, healthy weight. Okay, so this is the one that normal, healthy weight or healthy BMI. Okay, and then between 24 to 29, it is called overweight. Okay, and above 30 is called obese. Okay, so healthy ideal will be between 19 to 24 BMI. Which of the following BMI value is considered as obese? Okay, we already mentioned above 30 is considered as obese. Which of the following BMI value is considered as overweight? Okay, overweight is between 24 to 29. What's the condition that results from poor nutrition, lack of nutrients, or failure to use them? Malabsorption, it is not. Malnutrition, maybe. Okay. Food allergy is not. Food intolerance is not the answer. So the answer will be malnutrition. Which one is the correct order of respiratory organs from up to bottom, from superior to inferior? Okay, which one? Okay, when we breathe, we start from nose. Okay, look for nose, nose, all start with nose. Okay, and then it ends to the alveoli, alveoli, which is located in the lungs. So after the nose, the air will go to small tube, it's called pharynx. And then from the pharynx, it will go to larynx. from the larynx is go to trachea, so will be this one. Okay, and then from trachea go to bronchi, okay? And bronchi branchings into many bronchioles and finally end to the alveoli. So this will be the answer: nose, pharynx, larynx, trachea, bronchi, bronchioles, and alveoli. Which of the correct order of pharynx from superior to inferior? Okay, so we have nose, and then this is mouth. Okay, so nose, from the nose is good to pharynx. And then in the mouth is also good to pharynx. Okay, and then from these two pharynx is continue and then separates. Okay, so the air will go to trachea, the food will go to esophagus. Trachea for air. Okay, so there are three parts of pharynx actually. Okay, the first one is the one that behind the nose is called the nasopharynx. So nasopharynx over here. So it starts from nasopharynx. The second one will be the one that behind the mouth is called the oropharynx. So look for the oropharynx. And the last one is the one that close to the larynx, which is the one that will separate the food and air. Okay, so it's gonna be laryngopharynx over here. That's the sequence. So from this information, then you know that pharynx is actually receive both food and air. Okay, so that's the reason why pharynx is actually part of digestive system and also part of respiratory system. Which of the following is not function of mucus line nasal passages? So in our nose, okay, it's epithelial tissue, and this epithelial tissue has cell called the mucus cell, and this mucus cell produce mucus that will trap small particle. It's also moisture the air that enter into our nose, because our lung is actually require warm air. Okay? Moisture and warm air. Okay, moist and warm air is needed by the lung. Okay, so these mucus lines will trap the small particle, moist the air, also warming the air. Okay. So the one that is not is cooling the exhaled air. So this is the one is not function of this mucus line nasal passage. Where is the epiglottis located? Pharynx, larynx, trachea, or bronchus? We already mentioned that before. Larynx over here. Okay, continue as trachea. Okay, above that there is an area is called pharynx that has both food and the air. Okay, the food will go to the esophagus and the air will go to trachea. Okay, so to separate this food and air, then there should be flap structure, flap structure that cover the larynx. Okay, so when we swallow the food, this flap will close, and this flap is called epiglottis. It's located or attached to the larynx. Where are the vocal cords located? Okay. So then this is larynx, and then continue as a trachea. Okay. Another name for larynx is vocal or voice box. Okay, so voice box is another name for larynx. Okay. Because what? Because this box or this structure produces voice. So it has voice cord, okay, or the vocal cord. So this vocal cord is located in the larynx or the voice box. Which of the following symptom is associated with laryngitis? A, B, C, or D? Okay, remember larynx is voice box. Okay, so the vocal cords are located here. Now, if these larynx have inflammations, okay, it's called the laryngitis, then what's the symptom gonna be? Of course, look for this loss of voice or raspy, quiet voice. So that's the one that will be associated with the laryngitis. That's the identifications. If someone lost their voice, they might have the laryngitis. Which of the following statements describe the human trachea? Human trachea, it is actually consists of rings of cartilage. Okay, so a lot of rings. But for human, this ring is actually not closed. It is not like an O. It is like a C letter. So it's actually opens on the back. Okay, so the one that attached to the esophagus is actually open. Okay, it's only closed in the front. So it has C-shaped rings. Okay, it's composed of C-shaped cartilage ring. Both hand and foot, this is for pharynx, right? It's located posterior to esophagus. It's not. It should be in the anterior, in the front. Okay. The nasal cavity and trachea are lined with type of tissue. Nasal cavity and trachea. So this is our nose, then pharynx, larynx, and then trachea. Okay, so this trachea and nasal epithelial tissue is actually have cilia on it. This cilia or hair-like structure will remove debris, okay, from the nasal cavity and also from the trachea. It will be removed and bring into the pharynx or to the mouth. It might be swallowed, but if it is swallowed, it's okay, better than if it is going to the lungs. Okay, so this epithelial tissue has pseudostratified with cilia. Okay, pseudostratified epithelial tissue with cilia. Okay, hair-like structure. The right lung has blank lobes. The left lung has blank lobes. Okay, if it is trachea, bronchus or bronchi, because two of them, and then become bronchioles, and then alveoli at the end. Okay, it is covered by membrane that make the lungs. Okay, now the right lung is actually have 3 lobes. Okay, so 3 lobes. The left lung is smaller because there is heart over here, right, on the left side of our thoracic cavity. So the left lung only have 2 lobes. Okay, 3 and 2. Okay, the heart should be here. Okay, going to the left. What type of tissue forms the walls of the alveoli? Okay, choose your answer. Remember, the alveoli, it is for gas exchange or gas diffusion. Okay, so in order to make a diffusion faster, then the alveolar wall should only have 1 layer of epithelial tissue, and this epithelial tissue have to be flat. Okay, flat or squamous. Okay, 1 layer or simple. Okay, so if you combine this, then this wall of alveoli is actually consists of simple squamous epithelial tissue. Okay, so if it is blood vessels, okay, so the gas can exchange from alveolar okay, from the alveolar to the blood vessel, or from the blood vessel to the alveoli easily. Differentiate type 1 and type 2 alveolar cells of the lung. Okay, remember, if again this is alveolar, it has epithelial tissue, 1 layer of epithelial tissue. Okay, it's a simple squamous. Okay, so the one that making this, the cell that making this wall, 1 layer of epithelial tissue, is called type 1 cell. Okay, there is another cell that's located in the alveoli, is called the type 2 alveolar cell. And this type 2 alveolar cell produce chemical is called surfactants that keep this alveolar to be inflated. Okay, so the alveolar will always inflated because of this surfactant. So type 2 cell produce surfactant. There is another cell in the alveolar is called type 3 cell. And this type 3 is used for clean up the alveolar lumen. Okay, so there are 3 types of cells in the alveolus. The first one is type 1. This is the one that making the wall for diffusion, gas diffusion. The second one is type 2 alveolar cell. This is the one that produces surfactant. And the last one is type 3 alveolar cell, and this is the one that clean up the alveolar lumen, maybe from debris or maybe from bacteria. So if we go back to this question, differentiate between type 1 and type 2. Type 1 cell from the alveolar wall, that's correct. The type 2 cell secrete surfactant. This is should be the correct answer. So A is the correct answer already. What is the function of type 3 alveolar cell? Okay, we already mentioned that in the previous explanation. It is the one that clean up debris and foreign cell. This one is type 1 cell. This one type 2 alveolar cell, and this is the type 3 alveolar cell. What is external respiration? External respiration. Okay, for respirations consists of 3 stages. Okay, see 3 stages of respirations. The first one is called breathing. Okay, and breathing consists of inhalations or inspirations and exhalations or expirations. The second stage will be external respirations, which is gas exchange in the lungs. Okay, and the gas will be carried by the blood into the tissue. Then the third stage will be happening over here. Is called the internal respiration, which is gas exchange in the tissue cell. Okay, so these are the 3 stages of respiration: breathing, external respiration, and internal respiration. Now the question is, what is external respiration? Should be this one over here, which is gas exchange in the lungs. Now, what is internal inspiration or respiration? We already mentioned that this is gas exchange in the tissue cells. Okay, gas exchange in the tissues. According to Boyle's law, as the volumes of air in the container increase, then what happens? Okay, let's say we have a container. Okay, it has air over here. Okay. If we push the container, so we push down, okay, and then what happens? It's become smaller volumes. Okay, so smaller. Okay, when the volume smaller, what happens? The pressure will increase. Smaller volume, increase pressure. Okay, now if we lose this, okay, and increase the volume, okay, so air volume increase, and what happened? The pressure will decrease. So always opposite between volume and pressure. So it's clear that the volume in the air is increased, then what happened with the pressure? The pressure will be decreased. Okay, it should be only 2 choices over here. So forget to remove this. So the pressure will be decreasing. Air will move from area with blank pressure to the area with blank pressure. So the air will always move from higher pressure to the lower pressure. Okay, just like if you press the balloons, It's going to be high pressure. Then the air will go out to the low pressure. Okay, so this is the low for breathing or inspirations. So the air will go from higher pressure to the lower pressure. What causes air to move into the lungs during inspiration? Into the lungs. Okay, remember the low, which is from higher pressure to lower pressure. Okay? So this is going to be pressure gradients between atmosphere and the lung in the alveoli. During inspirations, the pressure in the lungs will be small or decrease or low, okay? And the pressure in the atmosphere will be higher, okay? So the air will go from atmosphere to the lungs, okay? So this is during inspiration. Which of the following occurs first, causing inspiration? Again, this is when the air go into our lung. What happened first? The lungs inflate. That's correct. Okay, the lung will be bigger. Okay, therefore the pressure will be lower. Okay, so inflate. That's correct. Okay, intra-alveolar pressure decrease. That's correct. So when the volume increase, then the pressure decrease. That's correct. The diaphragm moves downward and the external intercostal muscles contract. So this is actually what makes these lungs become bigger and the pressure decrease, because this diaphragm contracts, okay, is going down, okay, move down, and also the muscles in the ribs is called the external intercostal muscle also contract. Okay, the external intercostal muscle contracted. So two muscles actually contracted. It's make the lungs become bigger or higher volume. Okay, so this one should be the one that's happening first. Atmospheric pressure force air into the lung. So this one actually the first process, and the second one, this, okay, the lungs will be inflated, and because the lung inflate become bigger, the air pressure will be decreased, and the air will go from atmosphere, which is higher pressure, to the lungs, which is lower pressure. So the correct answer will be this one. This is the one that will happening first. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, and 4 process over here. Which of the following occurred first, causing expiration? So this is just opposite. The thing that's happening first will be the lungs will be pushed. Okay, so it's the volume will become smaller, just like you pressing the balloons. Okay, so it becomes smaller, the pressure increase, and the air will go out from the balloon. So the first process will be this one over here. The diaphragm will relax, external intercostal relax. It will causing the lungs to deflate, become smaller. So this the first one, this will be second one. And because the lungs become smaller, then the pressure will increase. Okay, when the pressure increase and the air will go out from the lungs into the atmosphere. So this is the fourth process. Okay, so the one that's happening first will be this one. The volume of air that is moved in or out during single quiet or relaxed respiratory cycle is called vital cavity, expiratory reserve volume, inspiratory reserve volume, or tidal volume. So during relaxed breathing, okay, the volume that in or out from the lung is called the tidal volume. It's about 500 milliliter air in and out. Vital capacity, it is the lungs capacity. Okay, it can take around 6 liter, okay, or 6,000 milliliter air. Okay, so the answer will be tidal volume, which is the volume of air, about 500 milliliter, that will be in and out during quiet, relaxed breathing. Where are the respiratory center located? Okay, so this is actually part of our brains that controls our respiration. Okay, so it's called the respiratory center. That one is actually located in the area called the brain stem. Okay, therefore this is automatic control. Okay, because this is not controlled by the cortex, so it's not controlled by the cortex. It is controlled in the brainstem. It is not by the lungs. It is not hypothalamus. This is hypothalamus for hormone. Remember, hypothalamus is connection between brains and endocrine system. The one that control respiratory center is in the pons and medulla oblongata, which is part of the brain stem. Okay, remember, brainstem consists of midbrain, pons, and medulla oblongata. Where are the peripheral chemoreceptors located? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so the chemoreceptor, the one that sense whether we have enough oxygen or not, is actually located in the arc of the aorta, and also the one that go to our brain is called the carotid artery. Okay, so the arc of aorta and the carotid artery, it has chemoreceptors, which is a receptor that sends for oxygen's concentration or levels. Why we are unable to hold our breath for a long time? So if we try to hold our breath, then we will definitely breathing, okay? Because we cannot hold that. Why? Remember, this is an automatic control by the pons and medulla oblongata. And when we stop breathing, then oxygen level will be dropped. Okay, it is sensed, okay, sensed by the chemoreceptor in the aortic arc of the aorta and carotid artery. Okay? And then this chemoreceptor will send information to the pons and medulla oblongata. Okay, and then the pons and medulla oblongata will send the information to our lungs, okay, or to our respiratory tract to breathe in order to increase this oxygen level. So we cannot really hold our breath because automatically we will be inhaling the air. So decrease oxygen concentration and increase carbon dioxide concentration in our body trigger inspiration, okay, inhalation. Okay, we will inhale the air automatically. The partial pressure of oxygen of systemic arterial blood is typically blank, and the partial oxygen of systemic venous blood will be typically of blank. Okay, just remember our heart pump the blood, go to the artery, aorta artery, and then we have capillary, okay, in the tissue. And then after that, it's going back as a vein. Okay, this is artery. Okay, so remember, blood that going to artery is coming from the left ventricle that has a lot of oxygen. So this oxygen level over here is going to be very high. So the PO will be high. Okay, partial pressure of oxygen in the arterial side will be higher. And then after being used in this capillary, then the oxygen level will be very low. So the PO2 will also be low. Right? Remember, the one that goes to the right side of the heart over here will be poor blood, the blood that have less oxygen. Okay, so look for the higher pressure on the arterial side and the lower pressure on the venous side. Okay, so it's going to be this and this. So the arterial side will be 95 millimeter mercury. On the venous side, usually very low, around 40 millimeter mercury. So the pressure is lower in the veins compared to in the artery. But if we talk about carbon dioxide, then carbon dioxide in the vein will be higher compared to the carbon dioxide in the artery. How is oxygen transported in the blood? How? Remember, oxygen is carried by hemoglobin. So mostly will be in hemoglobins at 98%. 98% will be in the hemoglobins. Only 2% dissolve in the blood plasma. How is carbon dioxide transported in the blood? Now this is carbon dioxide. After coming from the capillary, then there will be more carbon dioxide in the blood. So where they will be located mostly. So this carbon dioxide, 70% will be transported as the carbonate ions, okay? And then 23% will be bound in the hemoglobin. Only 7% dissolve in plasma. So 70% in the form of acid, okay? And the rest will be in the plasma and in the hemoglobin. So this molecule over here is actually combination between carbon dioxide and water. Remember, in the plasma there is water. It will create this molecule, okay, bicarbonate molecules, and then 70% will be in this form. What is typically cause of adult sleep apnea? It's difficult to breathe during sleep. Sometimes is snoring. What is the possible cause? Usually because of these obstructions of the upper airways. Yeah. So this one is Incorrect. So there's no choices for this one. So it should be obstructions of upper airways. Why are smokers more susceptible to respiratory infections? What is the main reason for this? Usually smoke causes the patients or the smoker to lose the cilia on their respiratory tract. So when they lose the cilia, then more bacteria will be entering into their lungs or their respiratory tract organ. So this is the reasons. Exposure of secondhand smoke can cause or increase the risk of developing A, B, C, or D. This is actually the one that increase when someone is a secondhand smoker. It means that he is not smoker, but his family may be smoker, so he gets the infections from as a secondhand smoke, okay, which is the heart and the lung disease will be increased. Chronic obstructive pulmonary disease or COPD includes which respiratory disorder? So COPD, it is related to bronchitis and emphysema. It is not pneumonia, okay? It's not pneumonia, it is not cancer. So this is the answer, chronic bronchitis and emphysema. Which of the following occurs with emphysema? What happens if someone has emphysema? What are the signs and symptoms? Okay, this is actually what happens. The alveolar wall degenerate, decreasing the surface area for gas exchange. So he actually will get less oxygen that is absorbed by or diffused into the blood circulation. Which is the usual cause of bronchial asthma? Bronchial asthma mostly caused by or triggered by an allergy. During an asthma attack, patients find it most difficult to inhale or exhale. It's actually most difficult to exhale. What is atelectasis? A, B, C, or D? So atelectasis is a terminology for collapsed lungs or part of the lung. So that should be the answer. Changes in the respiratory system that accompanies aging include thinning mucus, overactive cilia, slow swallowing reflex, or thickening alveolar walls. The one that's related to aging is slow swallowing reflex. We start with number 1. Which of the following is not functions of the kidney? Okay, choose your answer. Let's say urinary system. Okay, the main organ is called the kidney, and kidney function is to filter the blood, to remove the metabolic waste. So this one is the function of the kidney. It's also remove the excess chemicals like ions, maybe sodium, potassium, or whatever we have more in the blood will be removed through the kidney. synthesis of plasma protein, it is not the function of kidney. This is mostly functions of liver. Okay, so it is made in liver. Okay, so plasma protein made in liver. So this should be the answer for this question. Not, okay, not function of the kidney. Maintaining volume, pH, composition of body fluid within normal range, it is also part of kidney function. Okay, next one. Which of the following is the correct sequence of urinary tract organs from the top to the bottom? Choose your answer. Okay, it starts with kidney because kidney is the organ that filter the blood. So start with kidney. Okay, and then from the kidney, the filtrate, which is the urine, will be carried into the ureter. There are two ureters, two kidney and two ureters. And the ureter will carry the urine into the storage, which is called the urinary bladder. And then from the storage, from the urinary bladder, the urines will be removed from our body through a short channel is called the urethra. Okay, so kidney, ureter, bladder, and urethra. That's the sequence. Start with the kidney. Okay, start with kidney. This one, kidney. Yeah, that's the only one that's out of kidney. So kidney, ureter, urinary bladder, and urethra. This should be the answer. Okay, next one. When you perform kidneys dissections, the toughest outer layer that you remove is the A, B, C, or D. Okay, choose your answer. Okay, look at this picture over here. The layer that protect the kidney, so this layer over here, you can remove it actually when you dissect the kidney. This one is called the capsule, right? Because this is the capsule of kidney. Therefore, it's called the renal. Renal means kidney. Okay, renal capsule. So look for that answer, renal capsule. So this should be the answer. Okay, what are the three main internal areas of the kidney from the outermost to the innermost area? Choose your answer. Okay, look at this picture. So if you dissect the kidney, you should be able to see three main areas. The outer part, which is here, is called the cortex. Okay, so this area is called the cortex. The second layer is this one. Okay, and this second layer is called medulla. In the medulla, you see this pyramid structure. It's called the renal pyramid. Okay, so medulla is the second layer. The third layer, the one that looks like a funnel, is called the pelvis. Okay, so start with cortex, medulla, and then pelvis. And then from the pelvis, the urines will go to this channel. It's called the ureter. So this one is the ureter. So look for that sequence. Start with cortex. Look for the cortex. So this one cortex, this one cortex, and another cortex is medulla. So this should be the answer. Okay, so cortex, medulla, and the pelvis. Next one. The funnel-shaped sac that connected directly to the ureter is the, we already mentioned that, so this is ureter. Okay, so this the last part, right, of the kidney over here. That's the question. Okay, that's the question about asking you this funnel shape sac. So this one is the renal pelvis. Okay, the next one. Which of the following is the functional units of the kidney or urinary system that filters the blood to produce urine? Choose your answer. Okay, so the unit of kidney, okay, this is actually the unit that really filter the blood, okay, inside the kidney is called nephron. So the whole thing's over here. Okay, so this structure, gonna circle the structure over here. Okay, it's called the nephron. So this is the nephron. If you see the nephron, it has two main areas. Okay, the first one is here. Okay, so that area is called the renal corpuscle. Okay, and that renal corpuscle consists of two parts. The first part is here in the middle, and the second part is here, look like a cap. Okay, capsule. So the two parts, the first one is called the glomerulus, okay, and the second part is called the glomerular capsule. Okay, that's the first part of the nephron. The second part is called the renal tubule. Okay, renal tubule, which is starting from this. Okay, you see the tube, okay, and then going down, going up again, and then finally enter into this collecting duct. Okay, this is collecting duct. Okay, so this is the second part of the nephron, which is tubule. If you see the tubule actually has three parts or four parts. This is the first part. Okay, the first part is called the proximal tubule, or sometimes it's called the PCT, okay, proximal convoluted tubule. The second part is actually making a loop. Okay? The first loop is going down. We can call that is a descending loop. And then the next loop is going up. It's called the ascending loop. Okay. And then the last part is from the ascending loop into the collecting duct. Okay, so this part over here, that part is in the distal, okay, away from the capsule. That part is called the distal convoluting tubule, or DCT. Okay, so this is the nephron. Okay, this is the nephron part. So the unit that really filter the blood inside the kidney is called the nephron. Now, each kidney, how many nephrons are contained in each kidney? Okay, choose your answer. Okay, if you look at this kidney, okay, and then make it bigger over here, there are so many nephrons. See, this one is nephron, 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 nephron. Okay, starting from this renal corpuscle, and then the tube, proximal, descending loop, ascending loop, okay, and then finally, descending loop, ascending loop, and this is the distal area. So distal, this is proximal. Okay, so if you count it, there are actually 1 million each kidney. So if total, if you have 2 kidney, it's going to be 2 million nephrons. Okay, what are the 2 main parts of a nephron? Already mentioned that. What is the 2 part? It's over here. This is the first part. It's called the renal corpuscle. And the second part is from here until here. Okay. So this second part is called the renal tubule. Okay. So again, the renal corpuscle consists of glomerulus and renal capsule. The renal tubule consists of proximal, okay, and then descending loop. This is ascending loop and distal. Okay. That's the part of the tubule. This one is called the collecting duct, because this duct will collect from many nephrons. So there are many nephrons that actually going to the same collecting duct. Okay, so the answer will be renal corpuscle and the renal tubule. Renal corpuscle is a blank, whereas the renal tubule is a blank. Okay, so from the structure, you have to see the structure, how it looks like. Choose your answer, A, B, C, or D. Okay, look at the structure. The storage, this is not. Okay, so renal corpuscle is not a storage. Okay, that's already wrong over there. Renal corpuscle is special blood cell. It is not a cell. So it is not a cell. It's not a blood cell. Okay, because blood cell is only 3 types: red blood cell, white blood cell, and platelet. So this is not correct. This is glandular. This is not gland. Okay, so gland is something that produces things like hormone and enzymes. This is not. So the renal corpuscle is not a gland. So this is already wrong over there. So this will be the correct answer. Okay, the renal corpuscle consists of blood capillaries, and this blood capillary is called glomerulus. Okay, and the second part is called the glomerular capsule. Okay, so there are 2 parts of this renal corpuscle, the glomerulus and glomerular capsule. And the renal tubule is a what? It's a highly coiled tubule, exciting exit from this capsule. Okay, so that should be the answer. Renal corpuscle consists of, okay, we already mentioned that. The first part is here in the middle. It's called the glomerulus. Looking for that one, so glomerulus. And the second part is look like a cup over here. Okay, and this one is called the capsule. It consists of glomerulus and glomerular capsule. That should be the answer. Which of the following is the correct sequence of the 3 main process of urine formation? Okay, so which one? A, B, C, or D? Of course, if you see the structure over here in the renal corpuscle, there will be filtration because blood enters to this glomerulus, and then blood will be filtered. The urine will go to the capsule. Okay? And then from the capsule, the urine will go to the tube and finally will go to the collecting duct. From the collecting duct, it will go to renal pelvis, ureter, bladder, and then finally urethra. So the first process will be filtration. Look for that one. start with the filtration. That's the only one. Okay, filtration. Okay, here. Okay, and then after filtration, what is the second process? It's called the tubular reabsorption. So just for information, the filtration over here in the renal corpuscle is just based on the size. So if I make it bigger over here, let's say this is blood that enter into the glomerulus. Okay, so this is glomerulus. Okay, so this blood carry a lot of things. Okay, like glucoses, amino acid, ions, including the waste product like urea, ammonia. Okay, it will be here. Okay, and then the second structure is the capsule. Okay, the capsule has holes over here or pore. Okay, so this pore will filter the blood. So the blood will be forced into this capsule. And because the pore is only based on the size, most of the smaller molecules will enter into this capsule. Okay? That one is called the filtrate. And this filtrate later become urine. Okay, so in the filtrate, because this is small molecules only, so small molecule will be here. Like for example, glucoses will be here. Amino acid will be here. Ions will be here. Now, how about red blood cell, white blood cell, proteins will stay here. Okay, red blood cell, white blood cell, protein will stay in the blood. Okay, the small molecules, glucoses, amino acid will become the filtrate, will enter into this capsule. Okay, so as you know, that this glucose is really important for us. It has to stay in the blood. Therefore, if you see this blood vessel over here, will follow the tube. The tube going there, it follows it. Okay, so these glucoses that present in the tubule will be reabsorbed back into the blood vessel. Okay, and the main reabsorptions for the glucoses will be happening in the first area of the tubule, which is the proximal. Okay, the proximal. So this the reabsorption. And again, just remember, because the filtration is based on size, there will be ammonia, urea still present in the blood. Okay, some of them still present in the blood. Therefore, this ammonia, urea has to be secreted back into the tubule. Okay, so that's the third process going to be. It's called the tubular secretion, which is secretions of waste product back into the tubule. So this is secretion of urea, ammonia, uric acid, creatine, phosphate. These are the waste product. The one that will be reabsorbed back, like glucoses, including water, amino acids, it will be reabsorbed back. So these are the three main processes. Start with the glomerular filtration happening in this renal corpuscle, and the second process will be happening in the tubule. Therefore, name is tubular. Okay, tubular reabsorption and tubular secretion. So that should be the answer: filtration, reabsorption, and secretion. Okay, once in the glomerular capsule, the filtrate then move into the what? A, B, C, or D. Okay, just remember the structure. This one is the filtration area, the renal corpuscle. Okay, the filtrate will go to this capsule. And from here, we'll go here, of course. Okay, the filtrate will go to this tubule. start with the proximal. Okay, proximal, and then descending loop, ascending loop, and then distal. Okay, so it's go to the tubule. That should be the answer to the renal tubule. What is the correct sequence of renal tubules? Okay, we already mentioned that the correct sequence will start from here. Is the proximal. Okay, and then here, which is the descending loop. Okay? And then here, okay, it is ascending loop. Okay, and then the final one is gonna be distal tubule. And then from the distal tubule, we'll go to this collecting duct. Okay, but collecting duct is not part of the nephron. So nephron start from this renal corpuscle until the distal tubule over here. So look for the sequence of the tubule. Start with proximal tubule. Proximal. Oh, here proximal. This one is proximal. What's the next one? Descending loop. Look for distal. So this is wrong. Distal is the last one here. So it's going to be descending, and then ascending, and then finally distal. So this one should be the correct answer. Reabsorption of glucose occurs primarily through the wall of A, B, C, or D. Okay, I already mentioned before, the reabsorption mainly will be happening on the first tubule, which is the proximal. Okay, so this one is the proximal tubule. This is descending loop, ascending loop, and this is the distal. Okay, glucose, amino acid, most of the important molecules that we still need in the blood, okay, will be reabsorbed back from the proximal tubule, going back to the blood. So this is become part of the blood. Okay, so start is from the proximal tubule. So that should be the answer. The hormone ADH produced by hypothalamus promotes water reabsorption through the wall of blank, A, B, C, or D. Okay, look at this. Water reabsorption mainly happenings in this last area. Okay, because this is actually not part of the nephron. It's called the collecting duct. So water will be reabsorbed back over here. So a lot of water will be reabsorbed back into our blood. So therefore, we become hydrated. Okay, we have water in our blood. If it is not reabsorbed, then what happened with our body? We become dehydrated. Okay, so just for information, water reabsorption in this collecting duct, okay, it is stimulated by the hormones called the ADH. Okay, so this hormone ADH will stimulate water reabsorption from the collecting duct. Okay. In which regions is the water actively transported across the membrane? We already mentioned that. A, B, C, or D. Again, mainly water will be reabsorbed back from the collecting duct. Water channel created on the cell membrane of collecting duct cell that respond to the ADH are called A, B, C, or D. This should be easy from the name. It's actually telling you water, aqua, right? Channel is porine or pores. Okay, therefore the proteins It is actually proteins that making this water channel is called the aquaporin. So IN usually refer to the proteins or channel. So there should be the answer. Which of the following substances are byproduct of metabolic process in our body that should be excreted via urine? So which one is actually the molecules that is toxic in our blood that has to be filtered and then removed from our body through this urinary system, okay, through the urine? Which one? Glucose is not. We need glucose. Amino acid is not. So we need amino acid. We will not remove the amino acid. Red blood cell, of course not. Okay, it has to stay in our blood. How about urea? Yes, urea, uric acid, ammonia, and creatines are the waste product, the byproduct that has to be removed from our blood. Otherwise, it is become toxic in our blood. So that should be the answer. Which of the following is a normal constituent of urine? We already mentioned that. Okay, glucose is not in urine. If you have glucose in urine, you have problem. Maybe you have diabetes. Protein, it is not. If you have proteins in the urine, it means that you have problem with your body. The same thing with blood. Maybe you have infection if you have blood in your urine. So the normal constituent or the normal molecules in the urine will be the creatine. Okay, we can also put urea, okay, uric acid, and creatine. If we have excess ions, okay, will be also in urine. Okay, so these are the normal consistent of urine. So the answer should be D, creatine. Which of the following is a byproduct of amino acid metabolism in the liver? So this is the byproduct. It has to be removed from our body. Okay. So this byproduct is actually product of amino acid metabolism. Which one is that? This is actually the main constituent of urine. And the urine name is coming from here, which is the urea. Urine. See that one? So this is the byproduct of amino acid metabolism. Which of the following is a byproduct of nucleic acid metabolism? So this is another byproduct that present in the urine. We already mentioned that urea, uric acid, creatine, and ammonia. So which one is the byproduct of nucleic acid metabolism? The urea, it is not. We already mentioned this. This is from amino acid. This is amino acid byproduct. Uric acid, yes. So this one is the answer. So uric acid is the byproduct of nucleic acid metabolism. What is renal clearance? What is renal clearance? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so renal clearance is the rate of substance that are removed from the blood. Okay, so that's the definition of renal clearance, the rate at which substances are removed from the blood. Of course, these substances mainly urea, uric acid, ammonia, and the creatine. Because this should be the answer. Substances like caffeine. So caffeine is example of diuretics. Now, what is the meaning of diuretics? Okay, what is the meaning of diuretic? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so usually if you drink caffeine, you will increase the urination. So increase the frequency of urinations. So what is urination? Urine, which is the volume. So increase the volume of urine excreted. That's diuretic mean. The opposite of diuretic is anti-diuretic. Okay, so this one will causing our urine volume to be decreased. Okay, so the answer for this question will be diuretic is the substance that increase the volume of urine. 24. When you exercise and do not take enough water, you become dehydrated. This means that our body losing a lot of water because we use it for sweating, during exercise. Which of the following will you notice when you urinate? If your body dehydrated, it means your body need water. Therefore, you have to conserve water. Now, how to conserve water? What you notice in your urine. So when you conserve water, then your urine will be less. A small amount. So small amounts of urine. How it look like? It's gonna be a little bit darker. Because what? Because this urine will be concentrated. Less water, but more substances over there. So this is what happens if we are dehydrated. We will produce less urine with more concentration of substances. The tube that conveys urine from kidney, okay, from kidney, this tube over here, okay. So to urinary bladder, so you have urinary bladder over here, so this should be 2 kidney and 2 of this tube. So what is the name of this tube? Again, you should memorize the organs of this urinary system. Start from kidney, and then ureter, okay, to ureter, and then bladder, and short channel is called the urethra. Okay, so the question is this one. So the answer should be the ureter, from kidney to bladder. The tube that conveys urine to outside the body is called, so that's going to be the last tube. Okay, kidney, ureter, bladder, and this should be this one. So what do you call this tube? The last tube is called the urethra. Why are females at higher risk of contracting a UTI, urinary tract infection? A, B, C, or D? Okay. Difference between male and female, it is in the urethra. You can see it, okay? So male will have longer urethra, okay? Female will have shorter urethra. Female, this is male. So why male have higher risk? Because it has shorter urethra. So usually the infection is coming from outside, okay? From here, especially in this female, it is coming from vagina. So it's going here, going, from the external genitalia that close to the urethra. So the bacteria will be enter into the bladder, and sometimes will also go up into the ureter and finally go to the kidney. So female have a higher risk because shorter urethra. Not ureter, not ureter. Why female had higher risk? The female said, okay, so one of them should be urethra. Let's see. So this is a mistake. So it's actually B over here. It should be urethra. So it's A and B is the same. So actually, I put B with urethra. I forget to change urethra into the urethra. So that's be the answer. The female urethra is shorter than male. Which of the following vitamin is produced by kidney to stimulate calcium reabsorption in the small intestine? A, B, C, or D? Okay, remember calcium? This is for our bone. And the calcium reabsorption increased by vitamin D. Okay, that's the reason why if you drink milk, usually that milk have vitamin D, because what? Vitamin D increase the reabsorption of calcium from the small intestine. So we also produce vitamin D, which is our kidney produce this vitamin D. And this vitamin D will go to the small intestine to stimulate the reabsorption of calcium. So the answer should be vitamin D. So kidney produce vitamin D. And this production is actually stimulated by UV light, okay, by light. Which of the following hormones is produced by kidney to stimulate red blood cell formations in the red bone marrow? A, B, C, or D? Kidney also produce hormone, and this hormone will go to our bone, okay, to red bone marrow, and red bone marrow will increase production of one of the blood. Okay, remember, red bone marrow produce all the blood type: red blood cell, white blood cell, and the platelets. Okay. Okay, one of these blood cell stimulated by hormone produced by this kidney. And this is the red blood cell. Okay, so what is the name of the hormone? Remember the name of the red blood cell, another name is called the erythrocyte. Okay, that's the red blood cell. So the name of the hormone will be related to this name. It's going to be erythropoietin or EPO. Okay, so this hormone is called the EPO, erythropoietin, produced by kidney to stimulate red blood cell production in the red bone marrow. Which of the following chemicals might athletes abuse because its potential to increase performance by increasing red blood cell formations? We already mentioned that. Which one do you think will be abused by athletes? Insulin is not. Insulin is for removing glucose. Of course, these hormones can be abused by athletes because this hormone increase red blood cell formation. When the red blood cell increase, the performance also increase because red blood cell carry oxygen, right? Mr. Krabs has condition called gout. Gout, the inflammation and pain is in his joint due to deposit excess of what in his grade 2 joint? Usually, the joint that has gout is the lower part of our body, okay, which is here around here, okay, and joints in our foot. So what excess actually present here? It's going to be crystal. It's a crystal of uric acid. Because it is crystal, it will be going down based on the gravity. Therefore, mostly will be deposited in the lower part of our body, okay, in the food. So that excess, that substance is called the uric acid and usually in the form of crystal. Okay, so crystal uric acid. Mr. Krabs liked to eat seafood. One morning, he woke up with a severe pain in his joint of his big toe. This condition is called what? We already mentioned that. Okay, so seafood, they have a lot of nucleic acid. Okay, this is animal or cell. Okay, and the nucleic acid metabolism is a uric acid. And this uric acid can be crystal and deposited into the lower part of our body. Okay? So that condition is called the GOAT. Okay? The depositions of crystal uric acid in our joint is painful, really, really painful. Many older males begin to unable to control their urination effectively. Leakage of urine is starting to become common. What is the primary cause of this urinary incontinence? Okay. A, B, C, or D. Enlargement of kidney, prostate, vitamin C. Look at here. Okay, it is kidney, ureter, and this is bladder and urethra. Behind the bladder, male has a gland, it's called the prostate gland. Okay, so when the prostate gland enlarges, it's causing the bladder to push the bladder and causing the bladder to think, oh, I already have enough urine over here, so I have to go to the bathroom or something. Okay, so this is mainly caused by the enlargement of prostate. Sometimes it is called the BPH. Okay, benign prostate hyperplasia, which is the enlargement of prostate. So that's usually the main cause for the male to have urinary incontinence. What does hemodialysis involve? A, B, C, or D. So hemodialysis, this is the dialysis or filtration of blood, which is done by kidney. Okay, so if someone their kidney is unable to perform this natural filtration, then they might have this hemodialysis, which is using what? Artificial kidney. Which of the following is a transcellular fluid? Cytoplasm, cytosol, blood plasma, or cerebrospinal fluid? Okay, look at this picture. We have cell. Okay, we have another cell over here. Okay, we have another cell over here. Okay, so inside the cell is called cytoplasm. Okay, and in the cytoplasm mainly consists of water. This water is called the cytosol, or sometimes it's called the ICF. Okay, intracellular fluid. Okay, fluid that's located inside the cell. Okay, outside the cell, we have also fluid. It's called the ECF, extracellular fluid. Okay, example of extracellular fluid in the blood vessel is called plasma. That's example of extracellular fluid. Okay, so cytoplasm is not transcellular fluid. Right? Cytosol, it is not. This is ICF. Okay, intracellular fluid. Blood plasma, this is also not. This is ECF, extracellular fluid. Okay? Sometimes this also called the interstitial fluid. Okay, so the only correct answer will be the cerebrospinal fluid, or CSF. This is the transcellular fluid. In terms of electrolytes, which of the following statement is true when comparing ECF and ICF? Okay, so ECF, let's say this is cell, this is another cell. Okay, The fluid inside the cell is called the ICF, intracellular fluid or cytosol, right? The fluid outside the cell is called the ECF, extracellular fluid. Okay, so this is the true about the ECF and ICF. Inside our cell, we have a lot of potassium. So potassium inside the cell, abundant. Outside the cell, in the ECF, we have a lot of sodium. Sodium, 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 also chloride, 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 okay, calcium, a lot outside. But inside, mostly potassium, potassium, okay, outside, sodium, chloride, calcium, which will be on the ECF. Okay, now look at the choice. ECF has higher sodium. ECF, yes. ECF has higher sodium and potassium. No, because potassium is going to be lower in the ECF. So this one wrong. ECF have higher sodium, that's correct, and lower potassium, that's correct. Okay, ECF has lower sodium, incorrect, lower sodium, incorrect. So this one should be the answer. Okay, extracellular fluid has more sodium and lower of potassium. Higher concentration of blank are found in the ICF. Remember, ICF is inside the cell, ECF outside the cell. So ECF has a lot of sodium, sodium, chloride, sodium, chloride, calcium. It's outside. In the ICF, there are a lot of potassium, potassium, including phosphate ion over here. Okay, so ICF. So look at the answer. Higher concentrations in the ICF will be, look for potassium and phosphate. Chloride is not, potassium is yes, but it's not because of chloride. Sodium, no, sodium is going to be in the ECF, extracellular fluid. Potassium, yes. Sodium is not, okay? So which one? Potassium and phosphate. So this should be the correct answer. In average, the body of an adult male is about blank water by weight. Okay, what do you think? Remember, our cell consists about 70% of water. So remember, our body consists of many cells, mostly million of cells. That's also mean that our body consists of this kind of amount of water, around 70%, 65 to 70% of water. Which of the following would have less water? A, B, C, or D? Okay, what do you think? Of course, blood will have a lot of water because it has plasma over there. The brain also really liquid, a lot of water in the brain. The same thing with the muscle tissue. Okay, there are some water over there, and it is more than in the adipose. Remember, adipose is fat. Okay, fat and water, they are not friends. So fat and water, they are opposite. They will not mix together. So in the fat, there will be less water, even there will be no water. So in the fat tissue, there will be less water. Body of an adult female will have blank compared to an adult male. A, B, C, or D. Okay, which one do you think? So female mostly will have less water, but more fat tissue compared to the male. Okay, so female has less water, but more fat or adipose tissue compared to the male. Which part of brain control blood osmolarity? So blood osmolarity, remember this part of brain produce the ADH. The ADH will increase or stimulate the water reabsorption in the collecting duct. So it's controlling this blood water, blood osmolarity, including water concentration and also ions, substance concentrations in the blood. So it's going to be the hypothalamus. Cerebrum is for our axon. Cerebellum, this is for skill movement. Okay. Thalamus, this is a relay station for sensation. This is for sensation. Okay. This is for skill movement. Okay. This is for actions and sensations. Okay. So hypothalamus will be the answer. SpongeBob has never felt thirsty. The doctor diagnoses that SpongeBob has abnormality in where? Of course, which part that control the water osmolarity, water reabsorption? This will be the hypothalamus. Okay. You see the brain. Let's say this is the cerebellum. Okay. This is cerebrum. Behind that cerebellum, you have cerebellum. Okay, and then after that, there will be brainstem. Okay, the middle part over here is called the diencephalon. Okay, and that diencephalon consists of three parts. Okay, thalamus, hypothalamus, and epithalamus. Okay, the all part of the diencephalon. So this is the one that control our water balance, the hypothalamus. On average, how much water intake needed by an individual to drink normally? Okay, so normally, how much water we need from drink? 500 milliliter, 1500, 2500, or 3500. So we need about 1.5 liter, okay, per day. Okay, it's about maybe 8 cups of water per day. So 1.5 liter is equal 1500 milliliter. Okay, so this should be the answer. This is the one that we need intake per day, about 1500 milliliter or 1.5 liter per day. How does ADH in the blood influence water output? Okay, so choose your answer. So ADH produced by hypothalamus. Okay, then go to the bloodstream. Then it's reached to this duct, the duct that collects the urine from the nephron. And this duct is called the collecting duct. In the collecting duct, the ADH will increase the water reabsorption to the blood. Okay, water reabsorption to the blood. So look for that one. So mainly in the collecting duct, by altering the water reabsorption in the collecting duct. So this one, our collecting duct, and there's also some coming from the distal tubule. So this one will be the answer. So ADH, increase water reabsorption in collecting duct. It is not increased filtration. Okay, it's not reabsorption. It is not reabsorption of glucose. It is water. Okay? Water reabsorption in the collecting duct. By what route would a person in a normal condition lose the greatest amount of water? Okay, what do you think? Is it easy? Of course, we mostly lose water through our urine. So about 1.2 until 2 liter per day will be removed from urine. So urine's volume, okay, or products is about this 1.2 to 2 liter per day urine produced from our body. This is the main loss of water from our body through the urine. What is the action of the hormone ADH? We already mentioned that. So over and over, ADH produced by the hypothalamus will go to the collecting duct. Look for the collecting duct first. Increase what? Water reabsorption. Look for water and collecting duct. Increase water reabsorption in collecting duct. That should be the answer. There are some also reabsorbed from the distal tubule, but mainly collecting duct. Okay, water. Okay, look for water and collecting duct. That's the ADH. Why does drinking alcohol increase the volume of urine produced, causing dehydration? Okay, so why alcohol causing us to be urinate more? So if you drink alcohol, usually you will do more urination. So this alcohol is increase urination. When our body increase urination, what happened? Our body become dehydrated. Okay, and this is dangerous. Sometimes it's become blackout, especially female. Female has more sensitive through the alcohol drinking, so they might get blackout easily because of alcohol. Okay, so dehydration and then blackout. This is sometimes it's called the hangover syndrome. Okay, because of this alcohol. So what is the reason why alcohol increase our urination? Remember, the hormone is called the ADH. ADH means anti-diuretic hormone. Remember, the anti-diuretic means it's causing your urine to be less. Okay, less urination. Okay, so if you produce ADH, you will urinate normally. Okay, which is less. Okay, around 1.2 to 2 liter per day. If you drink alcohol, what happens? Alcohol will inhibit ADH production. So when the ADH production inhibit, what happens? You will increase urination. You will urinate more. Okay? And then it's causing the dehydration. So alcohol causing inhibit of ADH release. That's the main reasons alcohol causing us to produce more urine and causing the dehydration, sometimes blackout. What is the action of the hormone aldosterone? So aldosterone is the hormone that A, B, C, or D. So aldosterone is related to sodium. Okay? So sodium reabsorption. So it's actually aldosterone function is to conserve sodium in the blood. Therefore, this is related to sodium reabsorption from kidney tubules. In response to the action of blank, sodium ions conserved in the blood. I just mentioned that one. Okay. So which hormone that conserves sodium ion? Yes. This is the aldosterone. Which of the following would be most helpful in treating hypocalcemia? Okay, A, B, C, or D? What is hypo mean? Hypo mean low. Calcemia mean calcium. Okay, it means that our blood low calcium. It is dangerous sometimes causing our bone become fragile. We need more calcium in this case, in this condition. So what we can do? A, B, C, or D. Okay, look for the calcium, calcium, or calcium. But which one is increased calcium in our blood? Of course, ingesting calcium salt and high doses of vitamin D, because vitamin D increase the reabsorption of calciums in our intestine. Okay, avoiding calcium should be wrong. Okay? We need calcium. We need to eat calcium. Avoiding milk is also wrong because milk has a lot of calcium. Removing parathyroid gland, it is also wrong because parathyroid gland produce hormone is called the PTH, parathyroid hormone. In this PTH actually increase calcium in the blood. So we need this PTH in this condition, in this hypocalcemia. Okay, so this is incorrect, incorrect, incorrect. The correct one should be A. In the bicarbonate buffer system, blank act as a weak acid. So bicarbonate buffer system, we have it in our blood. It consists of these two molecules or substances, which is bicarbonate ions and bicarbonate acid. Okay, so the name is telling you this is actually acid. This is actually weak acid. So what is the opposite of acid? Is base. So this ion is actually weak base or alkaline. Okay, so buffer system consists of these two molecules, weak base and weak acid. Okay, so which one is the weak acid? It's gonna be hydrochloric, bicarbonate acid. Okay, so the carbonic acid over here, it is the weak acid. In the bicarbonate buffer system, blank act as a weak base. We already mentioned that this one, the bicarbonate ions will be the weak base. Okay, now how do the buffer system minimize pH changes? How? A, B, C, or D? Okay, let's say we take a lot of food or drink that has a lot of acid. So what does acid mean? It has a lot of hydrogen ion. So our drink have a lot of hydrogen ions. And it is very dangerous because our blood is become acidic. It's called the acidosis. Okay? It's really dangerous. So we have buffer system. Remember, we have two molecules. Okay, the weak base and the weak acid. Okay, now if we drink a lot of acid, which one do you think is gonna be used for neutralize this acid? Remember, the one that neutralize the acid will be base. The one that neutralizes base will be the acid. Okay, so in this case, because we have acid, the one that will neutralize the acid will be this, the bicarbonate ion. So that's the one that will take the extra strong acid over here with the bicarbonate ion. It is converted into this, which is weak acid. H over here is strong acid. Okay, so the way we remove the strong acid, okay, is by converting that strong acid into weak acid using the weak base over here. Okay, so converting weak acid into strong acid, that's wrong. It has to be from strong acid into weak acid. So this one will be the answer. Which of the following pH is a normal pH level of the blood? So it's which one is normal? Okay, normal pH is really fixed. It's very small limit, which is from 7.35 to 7.45 pH. Okay, it is close to neutral pH. Remember, pH neutral is 7.0. It is close to neutral, a little bit alkaline. Okay, so between 735 to 745, that's the normal blood pH level. Which of the following pH is indication of acidosis? Acidosis means more hydrogen ion. More hydrogen ion is actually indication by lower pH. So this is the pH scale, okay, from 1 to 14, and then 7 over here is neutral. Okay, and lower than 7 is called acidic. Higher than 7 is called basic. Okay, so which of the following indicate acidosis? Mean that more acid. So which one? It's gonna be lower than normal pH, which is the lowest one is 7.35. Then lower than 7.5 is considered as a acidosis. Now, how about alkalinosis? Alkalinosis means more alkaline, more base. So this is 7, this is 14, this is 1, this is basic. Lower than 7 is acidic. Remember, the normal pH level is 7.35. That's the lowest one. The highest one is 7.45. Alkalinosis means higher than normal pH. Okay, so it's going to be higher than the highest normal pH over here. So above 7.45 is considered as alkalosis. It is also dangerous and the same like acidosis. How bicarbonate ions, sodium bicarbonate, in antacid neutralize acid in the stomach. So if you have heartburn, sometimes you take the antacid, and antacid has this component. Okay, sodium bicarbonate. How these antacids remove acid? Remember, acid, when we have a lot of acid, it means that we have a lot of hydrogen ions. This one has to be neutralized. It has to be removed. Look at this one. So this extra acid, strong acid, will be combined with this sodium bicarbonate. Right? And what is the result? Look at here. So it will make this it will create water and NaOH, which is this is actually base. Okay, so base, what is the indication of base? pH is higher. Okay, higher, usually higher than 7.0, like pH 9, 10, 12, that's considered as base. Okay, increase the pH. So the sodium bicarbonate will bind the hydroxide. No, it's not hydroxide. Hydroxide ion is OH, which is not. Okay, OH mean minus or negative. Hydroxide, this is this one. So this one is not correct. Bind to hydrogen ion. Yes, this is hydrogen ion. This is hydrogen ion. But which one? Bind the hydrogen ion and raising the pH. The pH become higher. Yes, it's become base. Okay, from acid into base. So this should be the answer. So D is incorrect because this decreasing is mean that's become more acidic, which is incorrect. We have to remove the acid, make it base. So C should be the correct answer. What is the function of diuretic tract? Diuretics, again, increase urination. Like coffee is example of diuretics substance, increase the urination. Inhibit urine products is not promote. Yes, so that should be the answer. Increase urination. So there are some medicine that can be used to increase urination. It's called the diuretic drugs. Which of the following can cause dehydration? Dehydration, which is water in our body is gone. So excessive water intake, it is not, because water intake will cause hydration. Our body become hydrated. So this is not, this is opposite. Excessive eating is not really causing the dehydration. Prolonged vomiting and diarrhea. Yes, that should be the cause of dehydration. If someone have diarrhea, sometimes they become dehydrated. And this is, most of the time, is really dangerous if they unable to stop this diarrhea. A lot of water will be lost from our body, and our body become very, very dehydrated. It's become fatal. Why water balance and electrolytes balance are interdependent? Interdependent means they are connected. It's always together. Why? A, B, C, or D? Because both from ions in the blood. No, water is not really ions. So this is not. Because water is dissolved in electrolyte. No, water is not dissolved in electrolyte. Electrolyte dissolved in water. So this is incorrect. This one is incorrect. Because electrolytes are dissolved in water. That's correct. So they are interdependent because electrolyte ions will always dissolve in water. You cannot really separate them. So they are interdependent. What are the most important factors in influencing movement of fluid between compartments? What's the most important? Of course, the pressure will be the important factor. Let's see, we have blood, plasma over here. And then, of course, we have a force from our heart beating, so pumping the blood, causing this force. So this force will cause the movement of substances from the blood into the ECF over here, interstitial fluid between the cell. So there is also osmotic pressure, whether here and here, that causing the movement of fluid. So of course the hydrostatic pressure and the osmotic pressure. Passive active transfer is not really the main factor the most important factor for this movement of substance between compartments. What is edema? A, B, C, or D? Okay, remember when the blood capillary, so this part is the arterial side. This one is the venous side. Okay, the blood is flowing here. So in the arterial side, there will be more pressure, okay, inside the blood vessel. So this one is blood vessel, okay. Therefore, the water and substances will be going into this tissue, okay. So cell, and the fluid between the cell, the ECF. So in this area, water will be go to this. Let's say this part is, let's say this is liver, okay. And then in this part, on the venous part, then there will be reabsorption of molecules and also plasma, water become plasma in the cell. Okay, if there are more filtrations over here, what happens? There will be more water in this area if the reabsorption is less. And what happened with this organ? It's become bigger, okay, because of excess water. Okay, so this excess water in the organ is called the edema. Okay, abnormal accumulation of extracellular fluid, which is coming from this water over here. Okay, so that's the answer. Okay, we start with number 1. Why is meiosis necessary? A, B, C, or D? Okay, remember meiosis, it is the cell division, reproductive cell divisions that produce haploid, okay, haploid cell, okay, especially eggs and sperm. Okay, so these haploid cells only carry half of the parent chromosome. For humans, we have 46 chromosomes. Then the eggs, each egg cell will carry only 23, and sperm cell will also carry 23. So when it is fertilized, okay, the sperm fertilize the eggs, then it will produce 46 cell with the 46 chromosome, which is our cell. So this is actually the functions of meiosis, okay, to make sure that the ovums will have too much, let's see, the cells will have too little genetic material. It is not too much, would have sexual, it is not too many mutations. Okay, this is the answer here. Okay, if there is no meiosis, then the fertilized eggs, okay, will have 46 plus 46, okay, which is going to be 92. And the next one should be doubles again. So this is the reason why meiosis is necessary, to make sure that the zygote, okay, this fertilized egg is called zygote, and it is growing to adult individual, okay, will have the same number of the parent chromosome, which is 46. It's not too many. So that should be the reason. Identify the correct sequence for the steps of meiosis 1. A, B, C, or D. Okay, just make sure you remember that for mitosis, okay, the steps will be P, met, okay? So prophase, metaphase, anaphase, and telophase. So the meiosis will be the same. So meiosis will have two processes, which is meiosis 1 and meiosis 2. Okay, each of these meiosis will have the same step, which is prophase, metaphase, anaphase, telophase. Prophase, metaphase, anaphase, and telophase. You just put number 1, 1, 1, 1. This is 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay, so the question is meiosis 1. It's going to be prophase 1, metaphase 1, anaphase 1, and telophase 1. All start with prophase 1. Now look for the next one, metaphase. So it's going to be this. And then after that is anaphase. So this should be the correct answer. How many chromosomes are present in each cell at the end of meiosis? A, B, C, or D? Okay, at the end of the meiosis, the cell already haploid. Okay, haploid means half of parent cell. So remember, human have 46. Therefore, half of the 46 will be 23. That should be the answer over here, 23 chromosomes. How many sperm cells form from a primary spermatocyte? Okay, let's A, B, C, or D. So meiosis, remember meiosis, the end product is 4 daughter cell. That is haploid, carry half of the parent's chromosome. So if it is talk about spermatocyte, so spermatocyte carry 46 chromosomes, then the end result will be 4. Okay, 4 sperm, each of them will carry 23 chromosomes. Okay, that's the meiosis. Okay, remember meiosis end product is 4 daughter cell, so it's gonna be 4. A man is exposed to a virus which basically target and kill the sustentacular cell, okay, which is the cells in the testicle. Okay, there are 3 types of cells in testicle: spermatocyte, sustentacular cells, and Leydig cell. So one of them is called the sustentacular cell. What effect will have on spermatogenesis? Okay, look for the answer, whether A, B, C, or D. Now we have to know the function of this sustentacular cell is the supporter or helper. This is the one that supports and helps the sperms, yeah, to get the nutrition. So if this one is attacked by the virus, then they will not be able to support the sperm. Look for that one. Spermatozoa will starve and chase the sperm because they won't receive the nutrients and so on. That's already correct over there. Okay, yeah, that should be the correct answer already. Okay, that's the function of the sustentacular cell. Okay, the head of the sperm is primarily composed of A, B, C, or D. Okay, look at the schemes. Okay, the picture of this sperm. Okay, so this is the head. This is the neck and tail. Okay, if you see the head, mostly the biggest part is here. What is this? Nucleus. And this nucleus carry the chromosomes or carry the genetic materials. So the answer will be the nucleus. In the male, which of the following structure is unpaired? Bulbourethral gland, prostate gland, seminal-vesicle, or ductus deferens? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so look at the picture over here. Look at this. So we have two testicles. So testicle will be pairs. Okay, there is no choices for testicle, but it is pairs. And there is a vas deferens, which is this, is also pairs. Okay, left and right. Bulbourethral gland, we also have pair. So this one is pairs. Prostate gland, we only have one. It is not pair. Okay. Seminal vesicle, we have two. It is pair. Okay. So seminal vesicle pair, ductus deferens pairs. The one that unpaired is the prostate gland. So only one prostate gland in male. What do the bulbourethral glands secrete? A, B, C, or D? Okay, and there's urine. Of course, it's not. Okay, so urine is coming from kidney, and then go to the urinary bladder. So it is not urine. Sweat, of course, it is not. Sweat is produced as sweat gland. Okay, sperm is produced by testicles, so it is not produced by the bulbourethral gland. So this bulbourethral gland is actually produce a mucus-like fluid that helps sperm. That actually helps sperm later when it is ejected from the penis. Okay, so that location is here. It's very small pairs of gland. Okay, it's secrete a mucus-like fluid. The number of sperm cells in an ejaculated average about blank per milliliter. 1 for 120 million or 300 million. Okay, so 1 and 4 should be no, because there are going to be a lot of sperms will be ejected from the penis. But how many? So just for information, 300 million, it is a production. Okay, average production of sperms per day. Okay, so about 300 million sperm produced every day from a male. Okay, from these 300 millions, okay, 120 millions per milliliter. Okay, if it is more than let's say 10 millimeter, it's gonna be just times 10. Okay, billion already. Okay, so the answer is 120 million per milliliter. Okay, when it is ejaculated from ejected from the penis, 120 million sperm per milliliter. What does the surgical procedure called a circumcision remove? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so look at the structure of a penis. Okay, it has root. Okay, so and the color. So the root of the penis, and then the body of the penis, and the gland. Okay, gland, penis. Okay, and that gland penis actually covered by the skin, and the end of the skin, it's called the prepuce, and this is the one that will be removed during circumcision. So the answer will be the prepuce. We don't cut the root, we don't cut the body, we don't cut the gland penis, but we cut the skin. It's called the prepuce. What structure does the sperm enter upon exciting the epididymis? A, B, C, or D? So to know this, you have to know the structure of what we call the duct. Okay, duct system. Right? Duct system in male reproductions. Okay, it starts from the testicles. Okay, so the testicle, it produces the sperm. The sperm will go to the duct system. Okay, it's over here, sperm produced here, and then going to this duct system. Okay, seminal tubules go to the red testis. Okay, straight tubule. This is red testis. Okay, and then different ducts, and then go to the epididymis. So this is epididymis over here, and then from the epididymis, which is over here, okay, it's a very coiled tube, and then it go to this tube, and this tube is called the vas deferens. So exciting from the epididymis, the sperm will enter into the vas deferens, okay, or ductus deferens. That's the same name. Okay, what structure does the sperm enter upon exciting from the ductus deferens or vas deferens? A, B, C, or D? Okay, again, you have to know the structure of the testicles. Okay? This seminiferous tubule will be inside testicle here. Okay? The red testis is actually this one in the middle. Okay? And then epididymis is this part. Okay, and after that is the vas deferens or ductus deferens, and from there it will go to here. Okay, it's going coil over here and here. Okay, to the neck duct is called the ejaculatory duct. So that should be the answer. From the ejaculatory duct, then the sperm will go to the urethra. So in male, the sperm and urine using the same last channel, which is the urethra. So the answer for this after the ductus deferens will be ejaculatory duct. What is the average length of the epididymis if uncoiled? 1, 4, 6, or 9 meters? Okay, look at this coil over here. That's a very coil channel. When you straight it up, it gives about 6 average of 6 meters. It's very long. Okay. What is the function of epididymis? Why it's so long and why it is coiled? Okay. A, B, C, or D? No, this one is the function of the ejaculatory duct. Secretion of mucus-like fluid. This is the bulbourethral glands or seminal vesicle gland. That's the one that produces the fluid over here. Site for sperm maturation, secretion of testosterone. It is not. This is testicle function. So this should be the answer. Why it is long, why it is coiled, to make sure the sperm mature before they are ejected. Where do sperm cells mature? A, B, C, or D? That should be easy because we already explained that it is mature in the epididymis. The first fluid expelled from the urethra during ejaculation or arousal comes from the A, B, C, or D. Testis, it is not. Okay, testis produce sperm, and the sperm will combine with fluid from the prostate gland and also from the seminal vesicle. But before that, when a male gets arousal, there is a fluid produced by the bulbourethral glands. So this is the one that the first fluid that will be produced before the sperm ejected. Okay, so from this gland, it will clean the urethra, because urethra used to be used by the urine also. Sometimes it's very acidic. So the bulbourethral glands will produce the fluid. It's mostly alkaline fluid to clean this urethra. And also sometimes it will give the fluid on the top of the gland penis to give the fluid. So it's going to be easier penetrations. Which of the following correctly describes an erection? A, B, C, or D? So erection, okay, versus ejaculation. Okay, so ejaculation is a sympathetic innervation, while the erection is actually parasympathetic. Okay, so this is parasympathetic innervation. So look for that one. So sympathetic is not for erection, not for erection. So parasympathetic impulse, constrict artery leading to the penis. Parasympathetic neuron release nitric outside, causing dilation. So this is when the penis erected is actually become bigger because of the dilations of the arteries in the penis. Okay, so the penis will become bigger. So this is a parasympathetic neurons, okay, that release nitric oxide. And this nitric oxide is actually substance that present in Viagra. So Viagra mostly consists of nitric oxide that will dilate the arteries in the penis. So now you know the reason why some people need Viagra. What hormone is responsible for the development and maintenance of male secondary sex? So male, okay? So male, A, B, C, D, of course, male is this one, the testosterone, the one that controls the male characteristic. What stimulates the release of testosterone? Okay, that's the question now. Why testosterone release? What hormone is actually produced from our anterior pituitary glands in our brain that will stimulate release of testosterone? FSH, increase of SHH, decrease of SHH, or decrease LH. Okay, just for information, increase FSH, it is for sperm. Okay, is increased sperm production. The one that increased testosterone production is LH. Okay, this is for testosterone stimulation. Okay, so LH increase LH concentration. Which of the following is not male secondary sex characteristic? Muscular growth, this is male characteristic. Body hair is male. Bigger bone, it is male. Okay, so the position of adipose tissue in the thigh and buttock is a female. Okay, it is female secondary sex characteristic. So that's be the answer. The uterine tube is located between what two structures? A, B, C, or D? Okay, you have to know the structure of female reproductive organs. Okay, so start from here. Okay, start from the ovary. Okay, female have two ovary, and then from ovary is go to the duct, is called the uterine tube or fallopian tube. Okay, from here then go to this uterus. Okay, and then cervix of uterus and vagina over here. So the question is, this uterine tube, okay, located between two organs, which is ovary and the uterus. So look for that one, between ovary and uterus. Fertilization normally occurs in A, B, C, or D. Okay, so again, so the sperms will go through this vagina. It actually swim to the uterine tube, and the eggs will be released from the ovary, go to the urine tube, and they will meet here. This is the fertilizations happening, which is in the uterine tube. So this should be the answer. It is not in the uterus. Uterus is place for embryo development, but the fertilization is happening in the uterine tube. A sperm cell needs to pass through several layers of structure in order to fertilize a secondary oocyte or the egg. What is the correct order of this layer? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so you have to know the structure of eggs, okay, which is like this. The outer part, it has what we call the corona radiata. Okay, so that's the first layer. And then under that, there is called the zona pellucida. Okay, this one. So that's the second layer. And under that zona pellucida, there is a cell membrane. Okay, that's the third layer, the plasma membrane. And then after that, it's going to be cytoplasms and the nucleus of the eggs. So start from corona radiata. So this one, corona radiata. And then go to the zona pellucida, this one, and then the cell membrane. The process by which a blastocyst embeds within the uterine endometrium is known as A, B, C, or D. Okay, remember fertilization happenings in the, so this is ovary, okay, the eggs will go here, the sperm coming from vagina, uterus, and then go to this. This is fertilization over here. And then this fertilized egg is called the zygote, will multiply, perform the mitosis, and finally make what we call the blastocyst. And the blastocyst will stay in the uterus somewhere here. Okay, and it will be developed inside the uterus. So the process of embedment of blastocyst in the uterus is called the implantation. So this is baby implantation. Okay, the blastocyst implantation. Okay, it is not ovulation. Ovulation is the release of eggs over here. This is ovulation. Fertilization is happening here, where the sperm and eggs combine. That's fertilization in the uterine tube. And then implantation. Ejaculation is for male, which is sperm or semen ejaculation. So the correct answer is implantation. Which of the following indicates the correct order of phases of development? Okay, remember, after the fertilization, there will be zygote. After the zygote is become morula. Okay, so it's the next one is morula, and then blastocyst. Okay, so blastocyst will be implanted into the uterus. It will develop into embryo. It is embryo first, and then after embryo, it will be fetus. And the fetus become baby and a newborn. So this should be the correct sequence: zygote, morula, blastocyst, embryo, fetus, and then newborn. The increase in size due to an increase in cell number is called, this is easy, it is not meiosis, it is not fertilization, it is not metabolism, it is growth. So when the cell multiplied, become bigger, the cell number become more, and the body become bigger, it is called the growth. The tubular part of the uterus that extends downward into the upper vagina is the, so if it is uterus, and it is vagina, then there is part over here. Between uterus and vagina is called the neck or cervix. Okay, so it's called cervix, and this is the place when some people sometimes get the cervical cancer. Okay, so this is the place of the uncontrolled growing of cell. It's in the cervix, cervical cancer. So the name of the area over here is called the cervix. A pap smear is used to detect abnormal cells in the so pap smear where A, B, C. This is to prevent or to diagnose a cervical cancer. So therefore, it is on the cervix, abnormal cells in the cervix. The inner mucosal layer of the uterine wall is the, so uterine wall, it has 3 layers. The inside layer where the baby develops is called the endometrium. So endo, inside. And then the middle one is actually muscle. It's going to be myometrium. And the last one is the outside layer, which is the perimetrium. Okay, so endo, myo, peri. If it is from outside, this is 1, 2, 3. Now the question is the inner. The inner one is the endo. So this is endometrium. The female structure that is analog to the male penis is the A, B, C, or D. Okay, you see these female organs, they look like this, and male organs, they look like this, right? Okay, so if you see this one is very similar, and the penis is here. There is an organ, small organ over here that very similar with the small penis. And this organ is called the clitoris. Okay, so this is labia majora, and then there is a smaller labia minora, and the holes over here is called the vagina. So it is not similar with the penis. The one that's similar with the penis is the clitoris. Menopause is due to aging of the A, B, C, or T. This is the aging of the very important organ that produces the eggs and also hormones. It's called the ovary. the aging of the ovary. Ovary will not produce more estrogens. Ovulation is triggered by surge from the anterior pituitary gland. So which hormone that actually increase the ovulation? A, B, C, or D. So FSH, it is used for the female side. This is egg formation. Stimulate egg formation, stimulate the follicular cell maturation. And then when the eggs produce or develop, it will be released. The release of the egg is called the ovulation. And the one that stimulate the release of eggs from the ovary is called the LH, luteinizing hormone. It is not progesterone, it is not estrogen. Okay, so FSH is actually also increase the estrogen production, while the LH will increase the progesterone production. So this is the hormone that increase progesterone and also stimulate ovulation, LH. Which of the following tropic hormone stimulates ovary to produce estrogen? I just mentioned that on the previous PowerPoint. The one that increases estrogen is this FSH. LH is for progesterone. This is estrogen. Follicle stimulating hormone, or FSH. What hormones is or are mainly responsible for the development and maintenance of female secondary sexual organs? Which one? So this is not, because male and female produce this. So this for female, male, it will increase sperm production. For female, it is for eggs production. Okay. LH for male, it is for testosterone, and for female, it is for progesterone. Right? So maybe this is the answer. But the main one that really control female secondary characteristic is the estrogen. Okay, so this is, both of this is female hormone. This one is male and female. Both of them have FSH and LH. What is a female secondary sex characteristic due to estrogen? Okay, A, B, C, or D. Look at this one. What is looking for female secondary sex characteristic? Growth of body hair. No, this is for male. So this is testosterone. Enlargement of vocal cord. This is also male. So male will have a bigger voice. Development of breast. This is female. Yeah. Fat deposition in the abdomen. This is male and female do this. Okay. So it's gonna be this one. Development of breast. This is female characteristic. Which of the following provides mechanical contraception? So mechanical, like maybe blocking. Okay, blocking the sperm, okay, or blocking the fertilization. A, B, C, or D. Hormone, it is not. So hormone is for control the hormone production. Rhythm is also not. Condom, yes. This one is gonna be block or mechanical. Mini pill is also control the hormonal balance. So this one will be the mechanical contraception. Polycystic ovarian syndrome, or PCOS, is a disorder in which a female produces abnormally high level of androgens, particularly testosterone type, which have various adverse effects on female body. Which of the following describe a symptom that would be caused by high blood androgen level in female? A, B, C, or D. Excessive breast development, of course it is not, because this is going to be estrogen, not testosterone. Okay, remember this is androgen is similar to testosterone action. Okay, this is for male. Okay, rapid excess ovulations, it could be abnormal growth of hair. Yes, so this is male. Okay, so this is male. That is characteristic that may be affected by this testosterone production. Polycystic ovarian syndrome, or PCOS, is a disorder in which a female produces abnormally high level of androgen, particularly testosterone. This has various adverse effects on female body, including inhibition of ovulation, not excess of ovulation, which hypothalamic or pituitary form of hormonal control could cause abnormal production of androgens in female. Okay. A, B, C, or D. Okay, remember androgen, this is testosterone. If you still remember, on male side, okay, FSH, LH. So remember, GnRH is the one that stimulates these two, okay? But this LH, FSH will stimulate its different hormones in male or female. Okay, so let's say FSH in male, it will stimulate sperm production. On female, okay, this is on male. On female, it is increased estrogen production. Okay, LH, okay, on male, it is stimulate testosterone production. On female, it stimulates progesterone production and also ovulation. So look at this. So testosterone, LH. So it's going to be the hypersecretions of LH. That's the connection between LH, FSH with other hormones like testosterone, progesterone, estrogens. What is endometriosis? Endometriosis. A, B, C, or D. Okay, so when female have menstruations, okay, the inside layer over here, the endometrium, especially the functional layer, it will be slouched off and go outside. So this is bleeding. So bleeding, which is menstruations. Okay, after bleeding, after menstruations, this cell will develop again. Okay, because it's released, it's destroyed, then it will develop again. So this functionalist layer will develop. That's a normal process. Okay, when this development of cell happenings outside of the uterus, okay, maybe somewhere in the intestine, that abnormality is called the endometriosis, okay, which is growth of tissue, okay, usually the endometrium tissue outside the uterus. This is not the answer. Growth of tissue in the abdominal cavity that resembles to uterine lining. Yes. So maybe growings in the lining of intestine because it's similar with the uterus. So this is the endometriosis, mean growth, abnormal growth of endometrium tissue outside the uterus, especially in the abdominal lining. A patient comes into the emergency room with a higher fever. Blood testing revealed that their immune system severely weakened, making them prone to infection. The patient also reported chronic weakness, fatigue. After discussing with their problem with the doctor, they admit that they are drug user and sometimes using dirty needles. Which of the following sexual transmitted infection is the patient most likely suffering? So this, okay, the one that carry by blood, like HIV viruses, or sometimes hepatitis B, that can be transferred using this kind of thing. So the one that is present over here is HIV. So that should be the answer. A male patient comes into the clinic with his female partner. He complains of painful burning. So the male have these painful burning sensations while urinating. He suspects an STI, sexual transmitted infection, but his partner has no symptom. So male, no symptom. Which of the following STI does he most likely have? Okay, so HIV will be not, syphilis, which one? Chlamydia, usually male also have problem. So the one that usually female do not have symptom on it is this gonorrhea. Okay, gonorrhea, mostly female do not show the symptom. A female patient develops genital warts. So it's going to be caused by virus. Okay, just for information. Wart is caused by virus. After recent sexual contact, what pathogen has he been exposed to? What complication can this pathogen produce if the infection advances? So the wart is caused by virus called the papilloma viruses, human papilloma viruses. Okay, so that's the infection is going to be human papilloma viruses. And these human papilloma viruses, if it is developed, it can cause the cervical cancer. It is the reason why when someone reaches 16 years old, okay, they're gonna have FPV vaccination. They require to have human papilloma virus vaccination in order to protect from cervical cancer. So usually taken around 16, 18 years old. Okay? So HPV vaccination. So this should be the answer here. HPV and risk of cervical cancer. When comparing gamete production in male and female, male produce blank gametes that are blank in size. Okay, so gamete production, A, B, C, or E. Okay, just for information, male produce 300 million sperms per day. Okay, that's the production of gametes from male. Female is only produce 1 egg per month. Okay, so you can imagine this is more in number, so produce gametes. Okay, more, so that should be the answer for the first one over here, more. And then the size, okay, so this sperm is really small, egg is a little bit bigger. So more gametes that are smaller in size. Arrange the following events in the correct sequence. 1 is ejaculation, 2 emission, 3 erection. Which one goes first and which one is the last? A, B, C. Of course, start with the erections over here. And then emissions, which is production of sperm and also the fluid from the seminal vesicle and prostate gland. And then all the fluids okay, it's become what we call that semen, which is sperm plus fluid. Okay, so this semen will be ejected. Okay, so the sequence will be 1, and then 2, and then 3. So it should be number 1. Oh, sorry. Number 1 is 3. That's my mistake. Number 1 is 3. So start with number 3. And number 2 is 2. Okay. And number 3 is 1. So 3, 2, 1. Sorry. So 3, 3, 2, 1. Okay. So 3, 2, 1. What is gene? What is a gene? Okay. A, B, C, or D. Okay, just remember, gene is a DNA. So look for the DNA. Okay, so this one is not the answer. Collection of all protein encoding DNA or protein. No, DNA sequence that contain information producing one type of protein. Amino acid sequence that contain the information producing amino acid not producing DNA. So this can be the answer. DNA sequence for making proteins. Okay, so if it is chromosomes, it actually consists of DNA and protein. This is part of this chromosome, which is sequence of DNA. That's become the gene, and this one is used for making specific proteins. Okay, so it's sequence of DNA. Genetic is study of A, B, C, or D. It is not study of environment. It is not really study about sperm and the eggs. It is not really study of DNA. It is mostly study of inheritance. That's genetics. A human zygote has blank chromosome. Blanks, it's from the sperm and the eggs. Okay, so zygote is combination of eggs and sperms. Okay, it is called fertilization. It's produced zygote. Okay, so for humans, eggs carry 23, sperm carry 23, and it is combined. It's become zygote, carry 46. Okay, so zygote has 46. That coming from 23 from the eggs and 23 from the sperm. So 46 and 23. What process results in passing of genetic information from one generation to the next generation? So what process? Okay, it starts with the process that making chromosome become half, which is meiosis. Okay, that's the standard process. And then after that, fertilization, which is this half haploid combined together to make a diploid in the fertilization. Okay, so these are the two processes that results in the passing of genetic information from one generation to the next generation. Name the two types of chromosomes, A, B, C, or D. Okay, so humans have 46 chromosomes, right, which is 23 pairs. Okay, 23 pairs. Okay, 44 of them, or 22 pairs, are autosome. Okay, so this is autosome. This is the first type of chromosome. The two of them, okay, or one pairs, is called the sex chromosomes. Okay, so this sex chromosome, because it is one pair, it's maybe X and X if it is female, and then X and Y if it is male. Okay, so for female, okay, you can write down 44 XX. So this is going to be female individual. Okay, if it is male, you can write it down 44 X and Y. Okay, it is male. So this 44 over here is autosome. The X and Y over here are X, okay, sex chromosome. Okay, so correct chromosome and autosome. That should be the answer. What is karyotype? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so karyotype, karyo means nucleus. Type is just like typing, okay, make an arrangement. So nucleus has the chromosomes in it. It's actually typing the chromosome of individual. So remember, we have 46 chromosomes, okay, which is 44 plus 2. Okay, so these chromosomes can be arranged. So the autosome usually arranged first from pair number 1 until pair number 22. That's going to be autosome. And the first one will be the bigger one, okay, the longer one. And the last one will be the shortest one. So the shortest pair will be shortest pair number 22. And pair number 23 will be the sex chromosome. If it is female, it consists of 2 different sizes. X is bigger and Y is smaller. So this is male individual, because carry X and Y. So this is what we call the karyotype. We can get the cell and then see the cell under the microscope, looking for the mitosis, and then can take a picture of the chromosome during mitosis, and then it will be arranged in this type of arrangement, and this is called the karyotype. So genome sequence, it is not genome sequence, a list of gene. No, it is not a list of gene. A chart of chromosome from largest to smallest here. Okay? So that's a karyotype. A chart of chromosome from largest to the smallest one, especially the autosome. And then the sex chromosome will be pair number 23. So if you see over here, every one will have 2 chromosomes, 1 pair. While observing a karyotype for a fetus, okay, and obstetricians notice that the 3 copies of chromosome number 21 present. Oh, look over here. Okay, instead of 2, it has 3. Okay, 3 chromosomes. What sort of chromosome abnormal does this fetus have? So if you have 3, it means that the name is going to be follow the name 3, which is trisomy. If it's trisomy number 21, trisomy number 21, this is the one that causing what we call the Down syndrome. So Down syndrome individual, they actually have extra chromosome in chromosome pair number 21. So his or her chromosome will be 47. Okay, so 47, okay, plus 21 over here. Okay, so in the chromosome number 21. So this is Down syndrome. Okay, if it is male, you can put 45, okay, plus XY. Okay, that's the male that have syndrome. Okay, and then if it is female, 45 plus XX. Okay, so totals will be 47. This is what we call the trisomy. One pair has 3 chromosomes in it. An individual who carries two identical alleles for a gene is said to be A, B, C, or D. So we're talking about the alleles, okay, which is the alternative form of genes. Okay? There will be pairs because, okay, remember the chromosome coming from parents, father and mother. So the sequence of chromosomes, DNA over here is called the gene, and gene have alternative form, and that alternative form is called allele. Okay? So if individual carry, let's say, both uppercase A, so that individual will be AA, or maybe both is lowercase b, BB, that individual is called a homozygous. So this one is homozygous individual. Okay, so this one is homozygous individual. Okay, now the next one, an individual who carries two different alleles. Okay, maybe one uppercase, the other one lowercase. Okay, for a gene is said to be blank for that gene. A, B, C, or D. Of course, it is not homozygous. We already used that homozygous for this one. The one that have this is called heterozygous. So this individual over here is the heterozygous individual. A blank allele will mask the effect of another allele. So we have two alleles, okay? Remember the two alternative gene, A, let's say, and A. Okay, we use these two letters over here. The one that cover the other ones, this one over here, is called dominant. The one that's being covered is called the recessive. Okay, the question is the one that masks the effect of another allele is going to be the dominant allele. So A over here. So if come together, this one will not show. The characteristic of the lowercase will not show in the observation or in the characters of that individual because it's covered by the uppercase, by the dominant allele. An allele that is masked is covered by another allele. We already mentioned that. It's going to be recessive, usually using lowercase, dominant using uppercase. Okay, so A over here is being covered. This is called the recessive allele. So this recessive allele only showing the character when they go together. Okay, so it's going to be a recessive character when they go together. Like for example, albino. So when somebody have albino, you will be sure that he or she carry the recessive alleles. Okay? Both the alleles will be recessive. But if someone normal, you don't really know whether it is homozygous dominant or maybe heterozygous, because this heterozygous over here, this normal allele will cover the albino allele. So basically, these people will be look like a normal person. But if they married with the same heterozygous allele like this, 25% of their children might have or produce the albino individual. Okay. An allele, a blank allele, is not expressed in the heterozygous condition. Which one is not expressed in the heterozygous? So let's say like this. Okay. So A is for normal, let's say, and then lowercase is for albino. Okay. So if the individual carry this gene, genotype, heterozygous, then what happened is going to be normal. It is not albino. Okay. Why? Because this albino allele over here is covered by the normal allele. And that the one that is not expressed is the recessive allele. When the two alleles produce intermediate characteristic in the phenotype, such as curly hair and straight produce a wavy hair. Okay, let's say curly and wavy. Okay, so let's say this is curly and this one is wavy. So we use the same letter, okay, C. We cannot use W. Okay, it's going to be confusing. But curly is actually not dominant against wavy. I mean, straight. Sorry, straight. Okay. So if it is dominant, when it is like this, then what happened is gonna be curly if it is dominant. Right? Curly and straight is gonna be straight, curly if it is dominant. However, it produces wavy hair. So wavy is between curly and straight. So it gives intermediate, intermediate characters. Okay. So when the allele produces intermediate character, it is called the incomplete dominant. So it's not really complete dominant, it's incomplete. If it is complete, it's going to be this heterozygous will be curly, but it is not curly, it is wavy. Okay, so it is incomplete dominant. Okay, so in plant, for example, red flower and white flower produce pink flower. Right? So this is incomplete. It's showing is incomplete dominant. When the two alleles are shown as characteristic in the phenotype, such as A blood type and B blood type, they produce AB, okay, blood type. So what kind of condition is that? Okay, of course, it means that A is not dominant and B also not dominant. Okay, they're both showing together. Okay, so the easiest way is using like this cow. Okay, white and red. It's produced white with a red dot. So both of them are present. So if it is dominant, let's say red dominant, all of these will be red, right? If it is dominant, all will be red. Okay, if the red is dominant. If it is incomplete dominance, okay, red and white will be pink, right? Pink, but it is not pink. You see the dot over here. It means that both of them present. This condition is called the allele is co-dominant. Co-dominant. Both of them will be present. This is the same thing with the AB blood type. So A and B is actually co-dominant. They will be present, both of them. Okay. It's not giving the intermediate character, but both of them present. Phineas has straight hair. Isabella has curly hair. Their son John has wavy hair. The inheritance pattern is an example of what? Okay, curly and then straight is become wavy. So this is intermediate character, which is incomplete dominant. So this is example of incomplete dominant. What is the probability that cross between a homozygous dominant female and a heterozygous male will result in a homozygous dominant child? So we can use letter A for samples. Okay, homozygous dominant female is homozygous dominant. Okay, so both uppercase is the female. Married with a heterozygous male. So this is heterozygous. It means that one lowercase and the other one is uppercase. So the male is like this. Now the question is, how many will result a homozygous dominant. How many children will have this homozygous dominant? Okay, how many percent of the children will be AB? Okay, so to do this, you have to make what we call the Punnett square. Okay, so this one is Punnett square. Okay, so I'm using B over here, not A. So this is the mother, homozygous dominant, right? And this is the father, heterozygous. And then when using Punnett square, this mother over here will produce two types of egg, which is it just separate, okay, B and B. So you put the first B over here, and the second B is here. Right? That's the eggs. Gametes, in this case, is eggs, okay, because this is female. Now the same thing with the father. The sperm will also separate. One sperm will carry this, and the other sperm separate to carry this. Okay, so this is sperm. This is gamete for male or sperm. Okay, and then fertilization. Okay, the sperm will fertilize the egg, then the product is this. Okay, this in vitro will be homozygous dominant. The same thing, this with this one will produce this. Okay, this is homozygous dominant. Okay, and then B uppercase with lowercase, it is heterozygous. B uppercase, lowercase, this is heterozygous. Heterozygous. So if it is happening, so this female with homozygous dominant married with the heterozygous male will produce 50% homozygous dominant and 50% heterozygous children. And the question is, homozygous dominant over here, how many? It is 50%. What is the probability that a cross between a homozygous dominant female, so homozygous dominant female, we can use this one, married with a homozygous recessive male, like that. Now the question is, what is the result that the children that has homozygous recessive? So this is the question. How many of the children will be this homozygous recessive? Okay, again, put in the Punnett square. I'm going to use N letter now. So this is the female and this is the male. So again, the eggs will be separate. Okay, and the sperm will be separate like this. Okay, so when you combine them, lowercase, uppercase with lowercase, uppercase, lowercase, uppercase with lowercase, uppercase with lowercase. Look what happened. 100% heterozygous. Okay, 100% heterozygous. The question is, how many will be homozygous, which is NN? Do you see any of them? No. So it's going to be 0%. Okay, so 0% recessive, homozygous recessive. And also 0%, homozygous dominant. All of them will be heterozygous. Okay, 100% will be this, the heterozygous. What is the probability that a cross between a heterozygous female, so this heterozygous female, married with heterozygous male? Okay, the question is, how many will be having homozygous recessive child? So this is the question, how many percent of the children will be having this? Okay, again, put it in the Punnett square. Okay, so cross between heterozygous. So the mother, the eggs will be this one, capital letter, and then lowercase. The same way to the father, the sperm will carry one capital letter and one lowercase. And when they combine, then you have these children, homozygous dominant. These children will be heterozygous. These children, capital in lowercase, heterozygous. And the last one is lowercase with lowercase, will be homozygous, homozygous recessive. Okay. So the question is, how many homozygous recessive? This is 1 out of 4. Okay. So this is 25%. What is the probability that a cross between heterozygous female, okay, heterozygous female married with heterozygous male, okay, heterozygous male, will have a homozygous dominant child? The question is, how many of the children will be like this? Okay, how many percent? Again, the same. Just put that on the Punnett square. Put eggs over here separate, and then the sperms will be like this, and it is fertilized. The individual will be homozygous dominant, one of them, and 2 of them will be heterozygous, and another one will be homozygous recessive. The question is, how many homozygous dominant, which is 1 out of 4, so it's also 25%. What is the probability that a cross between a heterozygous female, okay, heterozygous female married with heterozygous male, okay, is the same. But the question is now, how many heterozygous child will be? How many percent of these children will be heterozygous? You can put it in the Punnett square. Okay, the gametes, which is the eggs, will separate. The sperm will be also carry one capital letter and one lowercase. When the sperm and eggs combine, fertilization will make individual with homozygous dominant 1, 2 heterozygous, and 1 homozygous recessive. And the question is, how many heterozygous? This is 2 of 4, or 50%. Two alleles for a gene are A, okay, normal pigmentation, and lowercase a is albinism, albino. So this is allele for normal skin. This is for albino. Okay, which cross will result in a 50% probability that the child will be albino. Which cross? So you can try one by one. So let's say you're gonna use this one first. Okay, so basically if you put in the Punnett square, okay, it's gonna be A, this is A, A, heterozygous in our case. Say 50% albino. This one is only 25% albino. So this mating is not correct. Okay, so this is not. Look at the number 2, B, A, and A. So what's gonna be? You can put it in the Punnett square. So this one go to here. This one uppercase, lowercase, individual A, this one homozygous dominant, this one heterozygous, another heterozygous. Oh, even this is 0% albino. Okay, so this one is not. Okay, it's not the answer. Okay, look at C. Okay, C, this and this. Okay, make it in the Punnett square. The top one, capital letter, lowercase. The bottom one over here, all lowercase. And then you have this heterozygous, which is normal. This one albino because all lowercase. This is another heterozygous normal, and this is albino. If you see this one, 2 and 2. So this is 50% normal, 50% albino. The question is how many, which one that give the 50% albino? That should be the answer over here, which is C. Okay, so C will be the correct answer. Two alleles for a gene A, normal combination, albino, which cause will result in 100% probability that children will be albino. 100%. This is the only possibility. Okay, the other will not. So this one will not because it will produce normal. It's only 25% for here. This one, all children actually normal. Okay? This one, 50-50. Okay, 50-50, which is not. So 100% albino will only coming from parents that both of them are albino. Okay, because these recessive alleles will be present on their children. A wide variety of eye colors phenotype are possible because eye color is determined by inheritance. Okay, so eye color, skin color. Okay, you see there are white and black, but between white and black there is a different type of color. Okay, a little bit darker, lighter. Okay, skin color. The tall. Okay, the tallness. Okay, so it's also the same. Okay? It is caused by what we call the polygenic trait. Okay, it is polygenic trait. It's more than one gene involved in this eye color, skin color, and the height of people. Okay, so therefore you see gradations of color and also the gradations of tallness or height of people. How are traits expressed for genes that have incomplete dominant? Okay, we already mentioned this. Complete dominant, A, B, C, or D. Well, only one sex is affected. No, the heterozygous phenotype is intermediate. So that will be the answer. Like, for example, red and white become pink. Curly and straight become wavy. That's what we call the incomplete dominant, which is the intermediate characters will be produced on their offsprings. What statement is true about X-linked recessive trait? So this is X-linked. So this is the trait is actually present in the X chromosome, okay, in the sexual chromosome. It is not in the autosome. Remember, we have 44 and then XY or XX. Okay, so it is present in the X chromosome, which is sex-linked. What statement is true about X-linked recessive trait? Okay? Because they inherit only one X chromosome, male can never be carrier of the X-linked recessive trait. That's correct over here. X-linked recessive traits are in the disorder of females, since they have two chromosomes. Female are more likely than male to express X-linked. No. Right? So this is really the answer. So male will never be a carrier. Male will always be the one that infected, okay, because it's only carry one X chromosome. Okay, like for example, colorblind. Colorblind, okay, is carrying the X chromosomes. So normal girls or female will be like this. And then female that has colorblind will carry both on their X. Okay, so this is female colorblind. Female that have this, only one is called carrier. Okay, carrier. Male will be normal like this. Okay, and then if male carry that colorblind, that male become colorblind. Okay, it's never carrier. So this one is colorblind. This one is carrier, normal. This one also normal male. Okay, so male will never be a carrier. Colorblind is an X recessive trait. Patrick is colorblind. Okay, Patrick is colorblind, so Patrick is a boy. This means that Patrick has this type of chromosome, sex chromosome. Patricia is not colorblind, nor she is a carrier. So Patricia is normal. It's not colorblind, it's not carrier. So this is Patricia, this is Patrick. Okay? What phenotype will occur on their children? Okay, so just put in the Punnett square. Okay, remember, you know how to use Punnett square. So for Patrick's, so you can put here and here. Okay, so this Patrick over here. And Patricia will be both the same. Right? And then what happened with their children, the first one will be like this, which is carrier. Okay? So daughter that is carrier of colorblind. This is also daughter that carrier for the colorblind. And this is the boy, the son. All of them is actually normal. Okay? Normal. All the girls are carrier. Okay, now look at that one. The son will be colorblind. It is not. Okay, the son is normal. The daughter will be colorblind. It is not. The daughter is normal but carrier. All their children, regardless of sex, will have normal color vision. No. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, because carrier is considered as a normal. Okay, so this is the answer. Okay, so all their children will be normal with the color blindness, but the girl is actually carrier, but they all normal vision. So that should be the answer. Okay, so 100% normal vision. A human cell that has 46 chromosomes is classified as a blank cell, A, B, C, or D. Okay, so 46 is a normal, right? This is a normal cell. Monosomic if it is 45 only. Okay, trisomic, it has one that have 3 chromosomes. It's gonna be 47. Okay, so normal. Human cell that has 45 chromosomes is classified as a blank cell. We just mentioned that. This is monosomic over here. Less 1 chromosome. So example is this syndrome over here. It only have 1 X chromosome, and the second one is gone. Okay, so this individual has 46 chromosomes. That one we call is monosomic type of syndrome. A human cell that has 47 chromosomes is classified as a blank cell. It is not normal, it is not monosomic, it is the trisomic. Okay, example is Down syndrome. Okay, Down syndrome. Okay, it has extra in chromosome number 21, and another syndrome is called the Klinefelter syndrome. Okay, this is XXY, so it has extra X instead of 1 X, it's double X. Okay, so this is 47. Okay, 47. This is 47 chromosome, but the extra is in the autosome. This one is the extra chromosome is in the sexual chromosome. It's called the Klinefelter syndrome. Okay, so this example over here, this is actually Klinefelter syndrome. What sex chromosome is present in the cell of a woman with Turner syndrome. So Turner syndrome is 45. Right? It is a monosomic. Okay, and it's only 45. Is the one that gone is actually in the X chromosome. It's only have one X instead of two. Okay, so this individual will be female, okay, woman, okay, because it doesn't have Y chromosome. So Y chromosome over here is telling us the individual will be male. So everybody that has Y chromosomes will be male. Okay, so this one is female with only 45 chromosomes. Turner syndrome. How it look like? So this is the feature of a woman with a Turner syndrome. They usually have shorter body, and their chest or breast is not developed. The same thing with their reproductive system will not normally develop. So most of these person or women will be sterile, okay, because their reproductive system is abnormal. What sex chromosome is present in the cells of a man, okay, with a Klinefelter syndrome? So if it is man, then it's carry Y. So this is your choice over here because man. Okay? But this man with the Klinefelter system actually have extra X chromosome. So this is going to be the answer, XXY. Okay? So this is the Klinefelter syndrome, extra chromosome of X. So total is going to be 47 chromosome over here. Okay. Now, how it look like? Usually this individual, which is man, will be taller, taller, and develop the breast. So because they have extra X chromosome, which is a female chromosome, so their breast will be developed. And most of the time, their male reproductive system is not really normal, so they're mostly sterile. Okay, so that's the Klinefelter syndrome. The males that look like female because it's carry extra female chromosome, which is X. What chromosomal abnormality is associated with Down syndrome? So Down syndrome, it is male or female, and female will have this one. It is actually extra in chromosome number 21. Okay, pair number 21 here. Okay, that's a Down syndrome. They have extra autosome, pair number 21. And this is the feature of Down syndrome. They have a very similar feature. And most of the time, they have a problem with their maybe cardiovascular system and other system on their body because of this abnormality. Klinefelter syndrome and Turner syndromes can result if blank occurs during oogenesis. So this is on the mother side. So mostly the problem is on the mother side. When the mother produces the gametes, the eggs, okay, that some of the chromosome is not separated. That condition is called a non-junction. It's not separated. It's a non-junction. Okay, let's say the female carry this. Okay, so when they produce the gamete, it should be like this. Okay, one X carry, each X carry one X chromosome. Okay, however, if it is non-junction, this two is not separate, it's going to the same place, and this one doesn't have any X chromosome. Okay, now when it is made with, let's say, sperm that carry X chromosome and sperm that carry Y chromosome, when this combined with this one, what's going on? So you're going to have individual with XXY. And this is the Klinefelter. If this one fertilizes this eggs, what happens? You're going to have X which is 45 chromosome. This is 47. This is Klinefelter, and this is Turner syndrome. Okay, so this process over here is called the non-disjunction. Which of the following prenatal tests is non-invasive? Non-invasive means you don't really take samples, okay, from the body. Amniocentesis, of course, it is invasive because you have to take sample. Okay? Chorionic is a sample. Inserting shunt into fetus, this is also invasive. The one that is non-invasive will be the ultrasound. When is the postnatal period? A, B, C, or D. So postnatal is mean that after born. So what is after born? This is before born. This is before born. This one, okay? Born is here, so from born to death. This one is going to be postnatal period. What regulates the process of labor? A, B, C, or D. Okay, so when the woman have labor, okay, the uterine, so let's say this is baby over here. Okay, so uterine wall, okay, which is muscle, will contract. Okay, contract. And when it is contract, it sends information to the hypothalamus, which is in the brain, okay, to produce oxytocin. Okay, it is a hormone. And this oxytocin then will increase the contraction of muscle. So start with increased contraction, and the response is increase more contraction. And this is the characteristic of positive feedback system. Okay, so we usually use negative feedback system, but sometimes in some case there is a positive feedback system. Example is in the process of labor using the positive feedback system. What would be the effects of lack of oxytocin? Secretion from posterior pituitary gland or from hypothalamus. So hypothalamus actually produce the oxytocin. It will be stored in the posterior pituitary gland, okay? And it will release, go to the uterine wall muscle to increase contraction. Now, what happens if you don't have enough oxytocin? It means that contractions will be less. Okay, increase uterine wall contraction, of course, it's not because it's less. So less, it should be less. Decrease. Okay, decrease the uterine wall contraction. This means that the labor will be very difficult because the contraction is very weak. The fetus is protected from certain infection to which the mother is immune. By what? Okay, so the fetus or the embryo, the baby inside the mother wombs, will have protection from some infectious disease. It is from its own? No. Okay. Antibodies from its own? No, they don't really have that. And actually get the antibodies from the mother. So mother release antibodies to this baby in order to protect them against disease, infectious disease. The foramen ovale, okay, this is located in the heart. So remember, heart has 4 chambers. So this is, let's say this is the adult heart. So there's a connection between atrium, this is right atrium, right ventricle. So this connection between atrium and ventricle, this is left atrium, left ventricle. Okay, so this is adult heart. So they have to go here to here, and then go to the lungs to get oxygen. Okay, and then from the lung is go to left atrium, which is rich oxygens, blood, go to the left ventricle, and then it will be pumped to the whole body from the left ventricle. So that's an adult heart. Now, when the baby is still in the mother womb, they do not need this process button over here because their lung is not inflated yet. So they get the oxygen from the mother. Therefore, there is a connection between atrium over here, right atrium and left atrium. That connection is called the foramen ovale. When the baby is born, this connection is gone, it's closed. Okay, so that connection connect right atrium and left atrium. It is bypassing the lungs. Okay, so bypassing the lung because baby do not use their lungs. They get oxygen from their mother. As a result of the foramen ovale, blood is allowed to bypass. I just mentioned that. Of course, it's not kidney, it's not liver, it's not stomach. It bypasses the lungs. What are teratogens? A, B, C, or G? Teratogens is related to embryo, to fetus. So this is the substance that actually destroy the fetus, the feature in the fetus. Stimulate embryo? No, it is not stimulate, causing genetic disease, not this one. Okay, malformation. Sometimes baby do not have the limbs because the mother using substance that can cause this malformation. Okay, so that substance is called the teratogens. Mrs. Crab takes the drugs Accutane throughout her pregnancy, okay, and her child has birth defects due to the exposure of this drug. Therefore, Accutane is considered as, we just mentioned that, birth defect is caused by teratogen. What major body parts is or are derived from ectoderm? A, B, C, or D. Okay, so during embryonic development, our body actually have 3 layers. The outer one is called the ectoderm. The middle layer is called the mesoderm. And the inside layer is called the endoderm. Okay, so as inside our body, as we know, inside our body, the middle part is the GI tract. So endoderm mostly making this GI tract. Okay? The ectoderm, this is outside body, is mostly our skin. Okay? And then the mesoderm will be organ between the skin and the intestine, the GI tract, like muscle, bones, kidney, liver, all these organs that are located between skin and the GI tract will be made from or developed from the mesoderm. Now the question is from ectoderm, and this is going to be skin. Skin. And just for information, the nervous system is also from ectoderm. What major part derived from the endoderm? And when it mentions, mostly the GI tract is derived from endoderm. Okay, for the mesoderms will be organs that's located between the skin and the intestine. So this is not, skin is not. So it's going to be epidermis and hair, it is part of the skin also. So it's going to be bones, muscle, kidney, liver, ovary, all the organs between the skin and the GI tract. What is the function of the placenta? A, B, C, or D? Okay, placenta is the organs, structure that connect mother's blood and the embryo or baby's blood. So it will allow hormones and nutrients diffuse from embryo. No, it is not from embryo. It is from mother to embryo. So this is incorrect because of that. Allow carbon dioxide and waste diffuse from mother. No, the waste material will not go from mother to the embryo is actually opposite from embryo to mother. Low oxygen and nutrient diffuse from embryo to mother. No, but this is also not. Okay, nutrient diffuse from maternal blood to the embryo. Okay, so the nutrient oxygen is coming from mother to the embryo. So this is the correct answer. What were the 3 leading causes of death in the United States in 2015? Just for information, every year the heart disease is the leading cause. Just look for the one that have heart disease on it. Okay, so heart disease, cancer, and stroke was or were the leading cause of death in the United States in 2015. I think that's all, guys. Just want to say thank you for taking this class, and also want to say good luck with your final exam. And after you finish it, have a good semester break. Okay, don't forget to enjoy yourself after that. And goodbye.